Today's guests, the first husband and wife hail tech duo ever on the show, the owners of Indigo Hail Repair, Dave and Kayla Swires. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having us.
Hello.
Yeah. So we just start way back, man. Where did you guys grow up? How did you get into PDR?
Kayla and I grew up in two different places. I'll let her tell her story, but I grew up in a suburb of St. Louis in a place called North County. North County was a great place to grow up. It was like a place you learned how to fight and you learned how to hustle and you learned how to do a bunch of other different things that maybe normal people didn't learn how to do. And so that's kind of, it was a good foundation for where I'm at now, being an entrepreneur. I kind of always tell this story. I just want to tell a brief story. When I was 5 years old, I became an entrepreneur. Went over to my grandmother's house, and she goes, I'd like to hire you to do a job for me. And I said, okay, what would you like me to do? And she goes, well, I'd like you to vacuum my stairs, and I'm going to pay you $5. So, I'd have done it for free for her. But she insisted I did this job. So when I was done, she inspected it, she paid me, and she goes, now this is your money. Nobody can tell you what to do with it. She goes, also, when you go to the store next, instead of asking your parents to buy you, candy or a toy, you can buy it yourself. And she reiterated, no one can tell you how to spend your own money. So it kind of clicked in me like a light bulb moment when I was 5 years old that, money equaled freedom, and you got money by providing service to somebody in need. She couldn't get up and down the stairs, so I was providing a valuable service for her. And so I just kind of went with that, and from like 5 years old, anybody I saw, I'd ask them if I could help them. Can I make a little side money? Can I do this? So fast forward to junior high, I started doing some things that maybe weren't so legal and ethical, we'll say, growing up in North County.
Like what?
Before I speak on that, I just want to let the audience know this happened 25 years ago. The statute of limitations has more than passed.
Boom.
Any crimes or things that I might inadvertently admit to, this was done in juvenile.
We're not talking about specific crimes. We're just saying
and no real names. You can
in
use
general,
fictitious.
maybe.
So, not that I want to glorify this, but I got into a drug crowd. So, you want to try this? You want to try that? Sure thing. And then I learned that, hey, there's a market for this. And that's kind of how I got into doing some things that aren't
sales.
Sales. Exactly. Street
Pharmaceutical
sales. Pharmaceutical sales. 100%. Started out innocent enough at 13. Just, ironically enough, school taught me about marijuana. I remember going home in 7th grade and opening my science book, and we were practicing, learning whatever we were learning. And there was a marijuana leaf on the page. And I was like, wow, that's really interesting. And I started drawing it. It kind of caught my attention. And the whole chapter told you about marijuana, which I thought was kind of weird at the time because we're like 12 years old in science class. So, a week or two later, I get introduced to it. I'm like, yeah, let's try it. Why not?
This is fine. I learned about it in science.
It is. So ironically enough, when I got introduced to it, I had a friend, Matt and Chris, and Matt had an older brother who had like a military lockbox, and he snooping through his brother's room, got in the military lockbox, found a little Chiba, said, hey, you want to go to the park and try this? Sure, why not? So I don't even think it did anything to us. It was pretty low quality at the time. It's not like what you get at a dispensary here and now. But I learned real quick about wholesale versus retail. If you pull your money together, you can buy things at wholesale price and you could sell them at retail. So that kind of kicked off my entrepreneurship, which, okay, we can do this. So kind of got into a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and kind of when you get into that world, it kind of snowballs into bigger and bigger things. So we'll skip over a lot of that stuff, but when I was about 17, I hung out with an older crowd, and a lot of them started going to jail. And I remember going to visit this guy in jail, and he goes, Dave, everything that our neighborhood is doing is not worth doing. He goes, I got in trouble, and he's in jail. And he goes, all the money I made, all the things we've done, I'm going to have to spend twice that to not go to prison, and I still might go to prison. So it was an eye-opener, like learning a lesson like from my friend. And
PDR Techs, this is your moment. MTE is back, and it's where the entire PDR community meets. Come for a tailored business training, new tools, real techniques, all from industry pros you've been wanting to learn from. Whether you're perfecting your craft or leveling up your business, MTE is where it happens. Join thousands of techs just like you, January in Orlando. Get your ticket now at mobiletechexpo.com. You won't want to miss this epic 25th anniversary event.
And he got out of jail and immediately called me up and wanted to do some illegal shit. And I was like, whoa, what about the lesson you taught me in jail? So he was about 6 months older than me, and he was my best friend. And we had noticed that there was like the television company and electric company were doing a lot of work on the power lines for like days all around his house. And it turns out it wasn't the power company or the television company. It was the authorities. They were setting up surveillance on this guy's house, and they came and busted him. They built a case on him and waited till he turned 18, and then they kicked his door in. And I just happened to be there at the time. So they take him away. I got away unscathed. And that's when I realized, this is like kind of messed up. And the dude told me, he goes, "You're next," and I'd had some run-ins with the police. The police kind of knew me around the neighborhood, and I was a good kid, A's and B's, go and see grandma on the weekends and different things. And some of the police were kind of like warning me that, hey, we kind of know who you're hanging out with. And so I remember going to school one day, and it was a weird conversation. People were just like talking about going to college. This is like senior year now. And I was like, college? Why the hell would you want to go to college? I was like, I just spent 4 years skipping school and like not going to school. Why the hell would I want to go to college? So I had this unique opportunity in high school where there was a technical high school. So I went half day to a place called North County Tech, and I took automotive. And then I had about an hour in between classes, and I went to my regular high school, Hazelwood West. And we actually learned a unique way to not go to school. We could skip school and not get caught. So I wound up skipping a lot of school, which, was why I didn't want to go to college. So one day when I was in the tech school, the technical colleges started recruiting people. Wyo Tech came there, Lincoln Tech came there, Nashville Auto Diesel College came there. And so this guy was making a lot of sense that, hey, kids, not everybody's built for college. Some people want to go to work right away. And, like kind of the old thing, I listened to your Gene Fetty podcast, and you kind of said that you kind of operated inside the box as a student. And Matt, you were kind of the, I want to go outside and build a skateboard ramp kind of kid. Mm-hmm. And so the old model of go to school, get good grades so you can get into a good college and get good grades so you can get a good job and make good money. I was like, well, why don't I just skip all that and go right to the making good money part? I was like, I want to do that. So this dude in Nashville Auto Diesel College came through, and I was like, all right, I'm 17 and a half. I'm about to turn 18. I don't know what the authorities had in mind for me, but I knew I had to leave St. Louis pretty fast. So got signed up at Nashville Auto Diesel College. Boom, now I'm down in Tennessee. Don't know anybody. So now like all's well. So I went through Nashville Auto Diesel College. I picked the auto body program because I thought I wanted to custom paint cars. I thought that'd be a really cool job to custom paint. I'd always kind of been a little bit of an artist. So that's what I went to do. So ironically enough, my hustler mentality kind of kicks in. I'm broke down there and I don't know how to make money. So I went to Red Lobster. I heard that there was good money in serving tables. So I went to Red Lobster and I lied to him. I go, hey, I used to work at a Red Lobster back in St. Louis. I already know how to do this. They go, oh, perfect. So they hired me on the spot. And that night I was waiting tables, and I'd never done it before in my life. So I was kind of doing that to get through college. Well, everybody in Nashville Auto Diesel College painted their own cars. Like this was back in like 98, 99. So Lowrider Magazine's like a huge deal. Everybody's House of Color painting their cars, marbleizing, chameleon paint, all that kind of stuff. So my car's in the shop getting stripped down, the bare metal. So I didn't have a ride. So I borrowed my buddy. His name was Mike Rios. He was from Chicago. Shout out to Mike Rios if you hear this. He had an Audi that his parents bought him for school, and it was a $500 Audi. And he would let me borrow it to go to school, to go to Red Lobster. So one day on a Saturday morning, I'm going to do my double shift at Red Lobster. I back out of the parking lot of school, and this old dude in a 70s Cadillac T-bones the shit out of the quarter panel. I think this guy was probably drunk. He gets out and neither of us got insurance, you know, like he's like, oh, don't worry, my car's fine. I'm like, how am I going to tell Mike, you know, I wrecked his car. But Mike was cool about it. It was, you know, just a beater to drive around with. So Mike was in the diesel program. So at night, I went to his diesel class, got a bunch of rubber mallets, and started banging this quarter panel out and did a great job. And you know, you kind of have these light bulb moments sometimes in your life. The diesel mechanic teacher that I didn't know said, wow, that looks really good. And I go, if I could only find a job where I just fix dents, I'd probably be pretty good at it. And that moment's like stuck with me, like, be careful what you wish for, you'll get it. You know, like that happened.
When was this? What year was this?
This was 98. I went there to Nashville Auto Diesel College. So this would have been like 98, 99 probably. It was like a year and a half training class. And it was cool. It was a really nice class. Part of the thing in class was learning how to, part of the curriculum was learn how to do paintless dent removal. So we're getting like towards the end of the class, and I'm, or the end of the, you know, my
part of the curriculum for that was paintless dent removal.
So it was auto body class, and when they
were teaching that, and
well, I wouldn't say they were teaching it, but they said I was going to learn it.
Okay.
So when I got to this class, they had a locker of PDR tools. It was like 30 feet long, like it was huge. Most tools I've ever seen PDR tools.
Really?
It was ginormous. It was like a Dent Wizard tool room essentially. All locked up, all collecting dust, nobody using them. So I asked one of the teachers, the paint teacher, because had my car in there, I was going to, you know, PDR some of the dents so I could just skim coat, you know, the car instead of doing real intensive body work. And so I asked him, I go, hey man, when do we get to learn PDR? And the guy said to me, and I quote, that shit doesn't work. And I go, what do you mean that shit doesn't work? He goes, it doesn't work. It can't be done. And so Kayla knows this better than anybody. When somebody tells me you can't do something, that's all I want to do. And so that's what I did. I'm like, well, let me borrow some of them tools. So we had these chips, like 6 chips. You could get 6 tools at a time. So I got 6 dent tools. So I started fixing my car, trying to fix the dents out before I, you know, smeared it with mud. And I was like, man, you can't see the center. I can't tell what I'm pushing on. And then it clicked. I was using the overhead fluorescent lights. I was like, oh, if I use these lights to reflect down on this dent, I can kind of see what I'm doing. And I got them out like 90%. So I spent 2 or 3 days teaching myself how to do this. So smear coated the car, custom painted it, graduated school, come home. And part of the curriculum there was job placement. And so colleges and trade schools always get you this. We're going to get you a job. They don't say we're going to get you a job, but we're going to help you.
See, like 90% of our graduates
100%.
land a job.
90% of the time it works 100%.
Yeah.
Right?
This episode is brought to you by Mobile Tech RX, the #1 app built for auto recon pros. Whether you're chasing hail, fixing wheels, or repairing dents, Mobile Tech RX handles the full workflow from estimate to payment with zero fluff. With tools like X-ray, access photos, hail matrices, and tech pay tracking, you'll save time, make more, and look damn good doing it. Start your 5-day free trial at mobiletechrx.com.
So job placement, this was like before the internet. I guess the internet was out, but nobody had cell phones and computers. So part of the job placement was you go to the AV room, you type in your zip code, and they print you out like every body shop within 30 miles. So name, address. There were no email addresses back then, or very few shop owners. So I had this list of like 30 people. So, you know, I hit the streets back in St. Louis. You know, I'm hustling, but I'm doing it a different way this time.
That was how they got you hired? They gave you a printout of potential
This was at
employers.
At the end of the class. They go, this is all the shops in your area. And I was like, cool. Are you guys going to call them for me? They're like, no. You got to go get your own job. I'm like, what are you talking about? So I started going to all these shops, right? Just started cold calling them, which everything builds in life. You know, this helped me later in life when I ran a route, cold calling. So I started cold calling all these shops, and every shop I went to, I get this same thing. Well, how much experience do you have? Well, I don't have any. I got a year of training. We'll come back when you have experience. So like the 30th shop, it was like Hazelwood Auto Body, and I go in, and the dude gives me the same runaround. What experience do you have? Well, I just got out of school. He goes, well, we can't hire you. You don't have experience. And then I asked the age-old question. how am I going to get experience if nobody will give me a chance to get experience? He goes, well, you got to figure that out on your own. So I guess the guy kind of took mercy on me. He goes, look, there's this body shop that just opened up. It's kind of in a rough part of town. Father and son won the lottery. They bought a body shop. Rumor has it is their painter's going to quit today. You should go by there. I go, bet, let's do it. So I get all the info that I can find. I go by this body shop, and I'm literally, as I'm coming in the office, I shoulder bumped the painter. You know, he's walking out. He's mad. Boops me on the way out. That's the painter leaving.
Just quit.
And I walk in. And so I kind of embellished a little bit. I was like, hey, I'm Dave. Nice to meet you.
I worked at the one of these in St. Louis.
I specialize in custom auto body painting. Are you guys looking for a painter? And they were like, the father and son looked at each other like I was like God's gift. You answered all their prayers, right? So they hired me. And within about 3 days, all of us figured out that I couldn't paint for shit.
It took 3 days.
I couldn't paint anything, dude. I did my car at the body shop. I had a 84 Monte Carlo. I custom painted it, House of Color, two-toned it, but I had a buddy that helped me. So arguably he was the talent. So I just based that on, I know how to paint. I painted one car one time.
You helped paint one car.
Helped.
Dude, one of my first jobs, they had this company. It was called Jed Limousine, I think it was. And they had T-boned the door, the side that, it's a stretch limo.
Oh, no.
And it's on the side that doesn't have the doors. So it's, I got to fix the back half. I fixed it. And then I put a hard tape line down the middle of the panel and then painted it black and pulled the tape line off
No
and
way.
then clear coated the whole thing. Oh, dude, big line bigger and shit right down the middle of the panel. And it's Friday.
This was for the shop that was paying you?
Yeah. So it's Friday. It's Friday at like 6 o'clock at night. And I'm getting ready to cut out. And the guy goes, I hear him back there yelling and cussing. And I was like, I better get out of here. So the guy comes out and gets me. He goes, where do you think you're going? I go, well, I'm going home. It's Friday at 6 o'clock. He goes, no, you're not. So this dude was the secretary. And he was like an old dude, like probably in his 60s. Looks like he was a real hardcore auto body guy. He was on his last leg. And, man, we stayed there till 10 o'clock at night fixing that. And he was real cool. Taught me.
Really?
Real cool dude.
Wow.
So the father and son, the father was like probably 80. The kid was like in his 60s. And the secretary dude that was in his 60s was the only one that knew how to run an auto body shop. So what had happened is these guys won the Missouri lottery. They won like $200,000 or $300,000, like not FU money, but enough to buy a body shop. So they bought this body shop, but they weren't real good businessmen. So I was there one day and the cops show up. So I'm thinking, oh, the cops are here. What's up with that? So I'm hiding behind my car. I don't know if they're there, like, looking for me.
Paying you another visit?
Hey, it'd been 2 years. I was, clean and fresh. So I'm like, but I'm still like, well, I'm not going in and introduce myself. So I'm hiding behind this car, and a wrecker shows up, and they start yanking the frame rack out of the body shop. They're repossessing it.
No.
I'm like, what? And then, like, the next day, the paint booth got repossessed.
No.
I'm like, what? So come to find out, these guys bought this body shop, but they didn't. The guy that sold it to him was a crook. He had liens on all the equipment in the shop. So when the banks came to repossess it, they were like, we bought this stuff. And they go, well, no, you didn't. You might have paid that guy, but he didn't own it.
Wow.
So they started yanking everything. And they told me on a Friday, they were like, I'd been there like maybe the whole summer, I guess like 90 days, maybe. So they go, hey, we don't really need you here on Monday. We're kind of slow. Why don't you call us on Wednesday? Called them on Wednesday. Hey, we don't really need you here. We're kind of slow. Why don't you call us on Friday? I called them on Friday. Hey, we're kind of slow. I go, hey, guys, if you don't need me anymore, I understand I'm not the greatest painter in the world. Just tell me. I'm not going to go collect unemployment. I'm not going to do anything like that. I just need to know so I can go get another job. So they were honest. They were like, yeah, we kind of don't need you. Cool. So that place, I went back there like 3 months later, and they were closed up. Man, they just went out of business. So
when you said someone won the lottery and bought a body shop, instantly I said they lost all their money.
They did. They would have been better off going to the casino and putting it on black and double up, or losing it right then and there. It would have been more exciting and less emotional for sure. I can see. So a Dent Wizard truck had rolled through there at one time, and I just kind of realized that, like, I read the side and it said, we fix dings, dents, hail damage. And it brought me back to that diesel mechanic teacher that goes, you're pretty good at this, kid. And to my comment, if all I had to do was fix dents, I'd probably be pretty good at it. So I was like, damn, I could probably do that. turns out that my neighbor was the secretary for Dent Wizard. So I get the skinny from her. She goes, look, we're getting ready to hire one guy for the St. Louis area. You'd probably be perfect for it. I go, all right, cool. So I went up there and I pulled a Dave Sanders. I demanded an interview. I was like, I'm here for an interview. So they set me up an interview. We'll go in.
Did you tell him that you'd been doing this?
I did, right? So not that. I told the guy that hired me was Tom Gallagher. He was the manager at the time doing the interview process. Shout out to Tom. So I told Tom about my auto body experience, and he was kind of faltering on me. He kind of said, we don't like to hire body guys and painters because they think they know how to fix cars their way, and we want you to fix them our way. And you're already a painter, so you're kind of already set in your ways. I go, hey, I'm not a very good painter. So I really
got honest real fast.
Yeah, I'm like, I think I might be good at this. So the dude goes out. The dude steps out the room, right? And he comes back in. And at this time, I'd given up my body shop career. I was loading trucks at UPS. And if anybody's spent a summer in St. Louis, it's hot as hell in St. Louis. June, July, August, I'm in a UPS truck. No air, no AC in the warehouse. Definitely no AC in the trucks. And it was the hardest job I ever did. He put me in the best shape of my life because you're just chucking boxes. It's like the trailers are like 120 degrees. So the dude goes out, Tom goes out, comes back in. He goes, we're hiring a guy. It's a draw commission. I think it's $1,500. And I go, $1,500? And he goes, wait. It may be more. Let me go check. So he leaves the room and he comes back in. He goes, I was wrong. It's $2,000 a month, draw commission, plus you get a company car and we'll give you a cell phone. We'll give you full benefits. And I'm thinking, this dude could have me at $1,500 a month. But I'm like, all right, let's do it. So Tom later told me, he goes, the reason why I hired you, he goes, I hired he interviewed like 10 or 11 people. He said, you're the only one that came in with your shirt tucked in. You're the only one that said yes, sir, no, sir. You're the only one that sat up in your chair and was coherent. And he goes, so I gave you a shot. And it turned out to be the best opportunity of my life that Tom gave me. So I got hired on the Dent Wizard. This was like, you're talking about around 2000. So I got hired like November 2000, went to school. I got out January 1, 2001 is when I started my PDR career. When you left Dent Wizard training facility, they ran you through an auction because you could go to the auction and kind of work on beater cars. They'd stick you in the back. It was always Mitsubishis. For whatever reason, you were on the Mitsubishis or the Kias. This is when Kia was first coming out. And I asked the guy, I go, why are these cars so dented up? He goes, here's why. And he takes his thumb and just presses the car and puts a big old dent in it. He goes, they're not made out of very thick metal. And so anyways, I worked in the auction for a couple of months. Then they yanked me out to go do route in Illinois. So St. Louis is right on the river, borders Illinois. And so I was hired to do a route in Illinois. And the guy that trained me was Dave Christman. If you know Dave, man. Mm-hmm. So shout out to Dave. He trained me.
What year was this?
I went through training in 2000. November of 2000, I went through training. And so it was like a 2-month training course. Ironically enough, you're not supposed to be late or they kick you out. The very last day, my car had caught on fire, the Monte Carlo I painted. And so I was late getting to class, and Dave goes, I got to kick you out. I go, dude, it's the last day. I'm second in the class. He goes, I'm still supposed to kick you out. I was like, come on, man. So he had mercy on me. But he told me something in class. He goes, when he got out in the field, you're not around anybody to give you any help at that point. And he goes, I got frustrated, and I almost quit that day. And he goes, somebody told me, don't quit. You'll be glad that you didn't. And that stuck with me because my very first day on my own, they had a new sales manager, rode up a bunch of cars in this lot in Illinois. There was like 12 inches of snow on the ground. So I literally got my gun case laid out in the snow. My toolbox is laid out in the snow. They gave me a Suzuki X90. It's like a Jeep for my first car. And you can't put your tools in it. I had to cock the passenger seat down and lay my gun case from the floorboard up to the headliner.
Wow.
And that's how I transported all my tools in the passenger seat.
Your company truck was a Suzuki?
Yeah. The first one was a Suzuki X90. Somebody had talked the fleet lease people, and they go, man, these Jeeps are, they're perfect for one technician. They're, easy on gas. Well, they were little beater Jeeps. Somebody was trying to just save a buck, but you can't work out of them. Like, they're virtually impossible. And they flip over. I know that because one of my buddies flipped one of them over. But so my first day I was out there, the guy rode up like a 36-inch crease along a van on the side that there's no door. And so how do you do that? You got like 3 rows of seats, all kinds of stuff. Nobody taught me R&I. And I remember almost quitting. And Dave Christman popped into my head saying, don't quit. Don't quit. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to quit. I stayed there all day long in the snow, fixing shit that shouldn't have been wrote up. Because the sales manager at the time, he was just a salesman. He'd write up anything, it's just money on the table, but some stuff's not supposed to be PDR'd. So I didn't quit that day, and that like really solidified that I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this happen. And so I did route for like 5 years. And one thing I noticed with Dent Wizard, they were great at hiring people and training people, but there was no support after the hiring and the training.
Yeah.
Like they just throw dudes out to the wolves, and then people would get mad and quit or get upset or lose their confidence. So I stepped to one of the managers, Tom, after like the second year and was like, hey, why don't you let me train some of these guys after they get out of class so they don't quit so easy? So I started having proteges like my second year. They would stick guys with me right out of class, and I would show them how to do the dents, but also sell. Like selling's a big deal. It's more of like an emotional and a friendship thing. Like it's no different than like hustling and in the street. Like you're providing a service, and those people want to use you because they like you, but you also had to have a level of professionality. So like tuck your shirt in, have clean clothes, don't come in smelling like beer. Don't pull up into a dealership and park right in the front where the customers park. Park in the back.
Tuck your shirt in, Matt.
Yeah, tuck that shirt in.
Never.
When you're the owner of your own company, I don't ever tuck my shirt in anymore. So this only applies to newbies. But you can learn the things from like I applied the hustling in the streets to this. Like I'm going to park in the back and I'm going to take my way through, meet people in the service department, meet the ladies that answer the phones, find out who the managers are. That way, when I can go in, I go, "Hey, Matt, I'm Dave," instead of going, "Hey, how are you? What's your name?" You're a manager of a company. Like, you don't know my name? Beat it. So anyways, I did a route for a long time, for 5 years, trained some guys.
Were you part of that route video that they made? The classic Dent Wizard route video.
No,
Good tech, bad tech.
No, they did show me that good tech, bad tech,
Oh
and
my
the thing
gosh.
where the dude's like, the kid wakes up and he's like in his room and it's all messy and shit. And
I want to find that video so bad.
They've
If someone
pretty dope.
has that video,
Training too,
please
yeah.
send it to me. We'd love to, horse around with
That'd
that
be pretty
thing.
dope to find that video. I wonder if it's on YouTube or something like that.
I'll have to look. Give him the pickle was the other one. I don't know if you remember that video.
Getting the pickle.
Give
What
him
was
the pickle.
it? Give him the pickle.
That was one they always showed us at our monthly meetings or something. It was about, like when you buy a sandwich, you get a pickle for free.
Oh, I think I do remember that.
It's like give them the pickle. It was about like give them something extra that they're not asking
Yeah.
for. Anyhow, it was one of those movies that they always showed us the good tech, bad tech, and the give them the pickle. The give them the pickle was not related to Dent Wizard. It's like a separate thing. But the good tech, bad tech was made in house by Dent Wizard. Like that's their.
Do you
thing.
think the give him the pickle was an innuendo, maybe slipped in there by Dave Sanders? Could have been.
If he was involved, absolutely.
It was. So I did route for 5 years, and then I got kind of St. Louis gets hail pretty regularly, and
Yeah.
I would meet these dudes on the hail team, and you can make a lot more money if you're just bang down on one car for a couple hours as opposed to bouncing dealership to dealership.
Yeah.
At that time, I was doing Missouri, Illinois. I was doing North County, West County, South County. I was doing Springfield, Illinois. Like I had route all over. It was just too much. And so I got on the hail team. I actually, 3 years into my route, I went and interviewed with Tom Nations, and he was going to hire me on the hail team. And Tom Gallagher gave me his blessing. But when he found out I was going to leave his market, he's like, "Hey, we really don't want you to leave." So he gave me a deal where I couldn't really say no. He bumped my commission from like 30% to 45 or 50, gave me a $20,000 a year salary, and I got some other fringe benefits where I got to travel and make extra money traveling. So I was like, all right. The whole reason why I wanted to leave because I wanted to travel. So I did that for 2 years. Tom wound up leaving the company. So all my, I don't know what you call it, like my camaraderie with the dude that hired me was kind of gone. So I didn't really, it was just going through the motions. So I went back to Tom Nations. He hired me for the hail team, and then boom, I was off and running. Like, got pretty good at that. He started sending guys with me, and I started training guys to do hail. So when you get out of the you didn't really go to the class, Matt, but when you do the 2 week start to finish, and you get out and they're kind of on your own. They would send guys on the Hail team. Well, Hail's a whole different story. Like,
Oh yeah.
like, and dudes would be intimidated. They'd learn how to fix one dent, but then if you got a car with 1,000 dents, a lot of them didn't want to do that.
So to reiterate, you go to Dent Wizard's normal training, normal tech training, which is 2 months.
Yeah.
But then if you decide you want to go over to the Hail side, then you have an additional 2-week Hail training class.
Yeah. So I'm sorry.
Right.
I forgot about that.
Right. Yeah.
The dude that did my 2-week training was Ron Bloom. Shout out to Ron Bloom.
Okay. Yeah.
So Ron Bloom had a 2-week training course with me. We just did some Hail cars in corporate, and I think after the first week, he was like, "You've obviously done some Hail cars, so I'll let Tom know that you got my blessing." And I was on the Hail team, and that was cool. I loved it, traveling, going all over the place. Like, I was telling Kayla this funny story the other day because I'm directionally challenged. I literally go where my iPhone tells me to go. And even if it's the wrong way, she'll be like, "Why are you going this way?" I go, "Well, the phone's telling me to go that way." And so when I first started traveling, there was no GPS.
Yeah.
You had to download MapQuest. So then if you look down to eat a snack or something and you miss your exit, you dumb and dumb it, and you wind up in Nebraska or whatever, going the wrong way. So, but I digress from the GPS story. But it was fun going on the Hail team, and then went all over the place. In 2012, I got the opportunity to go to Australia. Went over there with like 10 dudes. Went to Australia, met our friends, the Lundys over there.
Yep.
Mick and the boys, and just kind of developed a real good relationship with all those guys in Australia. And they kept having me back year after year. And Kayla came over there in 2015, not as a technician, just to come visit me. And then, ironically enough, in 2016, Kayla was like, "I want to learn how to do dents." And I was like,
let's bring her in. Let's find out.
Yeah. How did you meet her?
Well,
How did y'all meet?
"Well, I don't know if Kayla wants to tell the real story."
Let's hear the real story.
Well, I've always been in the automotive industry at some point. Started out selling auto parts for Advanced Auto Parts. Then I was an assistant manager at a body shop. And to make ends meet, my second job after school, I'd go to the body shop, work till 5, and then go to the bar, and I would work there till 1 or 2 in the morning. And needed some extra money, and the boss asked if I would work a wedding reception. And they said, "It's $300 if you work the whole night. No tips, you just get $300. So I signed up for it, and I met Dave that night. And
At the wedding?
at the wedding reception, I was working. He was on a date. But,
Your wedding crashing?
Yeah, we didn't really talk because he was on a date. I was working. He came back like 2 months later. I guess he had probably went and worked somewhere, and then came back again with a buddy. So it just kind of several times of meeting him in there, I figured I'd give him a shot.
I got to digress on this story just for a second. So I was on a date at that wedding. It was a buddy of mine's wedding. They rented out the whole, it was a bar, but it was more like a family restaurant that had a bar, right? So they rented the whole thing out. I show up on my date, and then boom, I see Kayla. I was like, I told my mom, I go, "Hey, Mom."
Yeah, I met the whole family
I
that
go,
night.
Can you keep my date busy for a minute? I'm going to go talk with this girl. And my mom looks at me like I got 2 heads. She's like, "What?" So I go to the bar. I ordered whatever I ordered. I start flirting with Kayla, and she's just not giving me, she's heard all the lines.
Yeah.
She's not, she could care
Yeah,
a
you're
lot.
like the 10th
She's not
drunk
buying what
guy
you're
that
selling.
night.
I'm
Yeah.
the 10th dude that's hit on her, and she's like, "Aren't you on a date?" I go, "I am, but I'm going to come back when I'm single, and I'm going to pick you up." So I actually went out of town for like 2 months. I came back on Halloween night. There was a big Halloween party, and Kayla happened to be working again. And we bump into each other. Like, literally, I walk in the door, and we shoulder bumped each other on accident, and like we both remembered each other. And so I'm trying not to like be too like over the top. The girl is working. She's not looking for me. But anytime I'd see her like have a break in the action, and I'd act like I was,
You mosey over?
I'd dump my full beer out and then go get a new beer. You know what I'm saying? And so I started flirting with Kayla, and she's the same thing, man. She's playing hard to get. Like, she ain't looking for me.
Wasn't
And
playing.
She wasn't playing. She was legit.
She was hard to get.
She was legit. Didn't give.
I wasn't looking.
Didn't give nothing. So I'm like trying to think of some cool shit to say. I'm like, well, hey, it's Halloween. You know, how come you aren't dressed up? She goes, I am dressed up. I'm in a work outfit. Why aren't you dressed up? I go, I am dressed up. She goes, what are you? I go, I'm your next boyfriend. Dressed as your next boyfriend. So I thought it was a pretty funky, fresh line. You know what I mean? I was like ready to like, oh yeah.
What'd
she's
you
all
think,
mine.
Kayla? Were you like, oh gosh?
Yeah. I always wanted to get through the night. I wanted to go home. I was just trying to make money. I think at that time I was in a little apartment. I didn't have any furniture. I didn't even have a bed.
Wow.
I was sleeping on a couch somebody gave me.
She was going to school in the morning, then going to a full-time job as a manager, and then working a
Yeah, I
bartender
was
job at
tired.
night, and then lather, rinse, repeat. You know?
Last thing I wanted was a guy to come up to me and
Yeah.
trying to smooth talk me, so.
So I closed down the bar. I'm trying to, not get drunk, but just trying to like casually hang out till the joint closes. So we wound up talking out in the parking lot till like 2 a.m, and I'm,
She's got to wake up at 4.
yeah. And I'm laying out all the stops like, oh, let's just go back to my
He's
house.
trying to
I'll
get me
make
to go to
breakfast.
Waffle House.
Let's
I'm
go to
like, no, I got to go home.
The going to the house wasn't working, so yeah, I diverted. Well, let's go get something to eat. I know you're hungry.
Gosh.
No.
So-
then we were supposed to go on a date like 2 weeks later to the movies or something. I canceled.
Yeah.
So he just had to keep showing up at my work, which got awkward. At that point, you just like look like a stalker.
A little bit.
But I think then he found out that I was an assistant manager at a body shop. He's like, ooh, it hails a lot here.
Yeah. And then it actually hailed at her body
It
shop.
did.
So I was like,
And look who shows up
Okay, so it hails at the body shop.
at the body shop. And it was a massive hailstorm.
What year would this have been?
2012.
Yeah, April 2012. Massive hailstorm. And this body shop had never seen anything like this. So it was,
Are you in St. Louis?
Yeah,
Are
we
you
were in
outskirts?
Bridgeton.
Oh, Bridgeton.
Bridgeton on the Rock Road, right behind the dump, unfortunately.
Okay.
But yeah, huge hailstorm to the point where we're scheduling customers 8 months out, and
Wow.
had every dent company show up. As you may know how it works. That's where I first saw Randy Sheridan for the first time. He walked into my shop, but he was like the 20th in line at that point. We didn't use Dave at that time.
What was the standard pitch? And what were some
For a
of the
dent?
pitches? Yeah, the companies that would try to come in, and what were the ones that were horrible, and then what were the ones that stuck out in your mind and you considered using?
Unfortunately, the manager of the body shop had friends that did PDR, so he used them first. Didn't even give anybody else a shot. He should have, because it was horrible work. I didn't do dents at the time, but I knew what body work was supposed to look like, and panels aren't supposed to leave looking wavy. So I knew right away that we didn't hire the right companies. But I would say there was nobody that pitched anything good. It was so busy in there. I think it scared a lot of people when they came in. They just handed a card and kind of like Randy handed the card and just tucked tail and ran. So, yeah, no good pitches at all.
What
to be
would
honest.
be what would be the best thing for someone to say?
I'm your next
they
dent
walk
guy.
in? Yeah, I'm dressed.
Your
I'm
next
dressed
dent
as your
guy.
next dent guy.
Do you like my uniform?
Yeah, man, for somebody to walk into a shop that already has people working like that day, it's very intimidating. They're already seeing guys with their lights set up.
Hearing the hammers
They're
in the
like,
back.
I don't have a shot. They just drop off a card and leave. But I don't know what would be the best thing for somebody to say.
Would you say, hey, listen, I know you got a company taking care of you, but if you need somebody to come in here, if something goes
I would
wrong,
say, here's my insurance. I'm covered.
insurance.
Yeah.
That would have been a good deal.
Okay.
Maybe somebody that was familiar with the area as well would have been a great.
Why familiar with the area?
I think because it wasn't the best area.
North County.
Yeah. I don't know. Insurance adjusters in that area, especially Progressive, there was a hub right next door. So they're in your business constantly. And if you don't know how to talk to the progressive guys, you're not going to have a fun time working for them. Mm-hmm. But that helps. Yeah.
So being insured is like
Being
something that
insured.
separates you from
I think it stands
competition.
out. Yeah. It shows that somebody is serious about their job. Presentation, too. I think one guy came in flip-flops
No way.
into a body shop.
Well, you're not going to beat out presentation with Randy Sheridan. That's for sure.
No, and he was the only one that looked the part.
Professional.
He had his shirt tucked
He
in.
looks more than professional. That guy's
He
like
looks like Superman walking in. I was like,
Super-
let's use this guy.
Yeah.
You know, but
if you guys don't know Randy
So
Sheridan, he's a very dapper individual, very put together.
Really good guy, too.
But he left an impression. He did
yeah.
something to leave an impression.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the Dent Wizard shirt he had on was nice. His hair was nice. Every other Dent guy I saw looked like they just woke up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I in my mind, I wanted to give Dent Wizard a try over the people we were
So
using.
you had the authority to do it?
No.
Okay.
I did
But
not.
just because of had you heard of Dent Wizard before, or was it why you wanted to give them a shot just because of Randy's
Just
impression?
because of his impression.
Wow.
I didn't even know
Yep.
Dave worked for Dent Wizard at the time. I found out Dave did dents through the guy that was working at our shop. He knew him. Like all PDR guys know each other at this point, but that's how I knew that, oh, Dave does this too. Well, why don't we use him?
Yeah.
So kind of toward the end of that storm, those guys boogied out pretty quick. And so I got to use Dave to kind of clean up the mess they had made and then also finish all the straggler customers that we had.
Yeah.
So we ended with a good tech, which I'm so thankful for, because that could have ended it bad on my part. Because I was the one that said, "Hey, let's drive Dave Swires out," you know, Dent Wizard. So
Were you interested in him at the time?
Sure she was.
I don't
She
think
didn't know yet.
I don't know.
We were dating by then.
I don't think we were really dating because you went to Australia.
Yeah. After we had met, I pulled my I'm dressed as your new boyfriend.
Yeah, it was literally like October, like Halloween. We kind of talked for the 1st time, and then January 1st, he went to Australia for like 6 months. So I wouldn't say we were dating. We were like getting to know each other through email and long distance phone calls.
What city or storm was that you went? That first one?
I don't know. But
You were in the Gold Coast a lot that year, I
we
think.
went to Melbourne
Melbourne.
that first year. It was 2012.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah.
And this is news to me that we weren't dating when I went.
Well,
Sorry.
just-
God, I'm so
I'm sorry. I didn't think we
Jesus.
had labeled anything at that point. But
Podcast brings out a lot. Man.
Wow, it sure does. You really
you don't
convinced
start
somebody.
dating somebody after a month of talking to him, I don't feel. I don't know. I'm quite reserved. I didn't grow up like Dave with police involved in
On the streets.
and
Yeah,
drugs.
hey.
So,
You got to make things happen quick. You don't know how
Yeah.
long you got.
yeah.
Okay, so don't go down this rabbit hole too hard
Right on.
here. But that year in Melbourne that you
Yeah.
went, that was the year that the exchange rate
Yeah.
got changed
Ooh.
and they took a bunch
Yeah.
of money back. Do you want to?
You want to go now? You want to talk about this?
Yeah, I mean, just
So-
just keep it. Yeah,
I'm gonna keep it light, and I'm not gonna like bash anybody
Yeah.
or anything like that. Right? What's done is done. So, for whatever reason, I got spearheaded up on this thing. Like, I literally got a call from the CEO. Rob Bates was the tech resource manager at the time. Rob called me, and the CEO called me, and they go, "Dave, we want you to head this mission up." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I was just the point man. I didn't get any extra salary or anything like that. So we go over there. And the Australians put us in our own shop. They kind of kept us segregated from all the other Aussies because the dude wanted to kind of keep an eye on us and whatnot. So the exchange rate was $1.25. So if you made $1 in Australia, it was $1.25 American. So it favored us, the exchange rate.
Yeah.
You know, now keep in mind everything in Australia is 25% more expensive than it is in America. So if you were getting your paycheck and buying stuff there, like we all were, you know, it was just even money there. But when we would come back, you know, the exchange rate, we were getting an extra 25 cents on the dollar, which was great. So about a month into the job, we get a phone call. We got to have a meeting with the CEO at Dent Wizard, and they got on the phone. And they said, "Hey, look, you know, there's some expenses that we were unaware of, some banking transfer fees and some other things that we just didn't know about when we sent you guys there. We have to back pay you each $5,000. There was 10 of us, so $50,000. So I don't know I've done some international things with money. It doesn't cost that much to wire transfer. It's not $50,000. And so the CEO of the company, we were like, hey, we don't think this is fair, and he basically said, well, put together all your concerns, questions, comments, and concerns. He said, Dave, you put them on an email them to me, and I'll get back to you. So I did that. I went around. Everybody's concern was basically, we don't want to pay $5,000.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, this was the money. We did the job. And it wasn't that Dent Wizard lost anything. Like, if we made $1,000 a day, when it transferred over to Dent Wizard, it was $1,250, And but they wanted that next check got hit, and boom, we all got $5,000 debited from our check. Nobody was too happy about that. So I went around and got everybody's feedback. Put it all into a nice email, shortened it as much as I could, sent it off to the CEO. It was a real awkward position for me because I'm trying to hustle our money back for us, but I got no real power. I'm just a technician. I'm the point man. And the CEO never called me back. Never had that second follow-up meeting, no nothing. And so the dudes there kind of got mad at me.
That story sounds familiar.
Yeah.
So I kind of got some shit from it, like
Like it was your fault.
Like it was my fault, 100%.
You didn't get our money.
100%. And so I went to work one day and nobody's talking to me. And, we worked as a group, 10 guys as a group. We all did cars together.
Split in 10 ways.
Yeah. So we were still doing that. And ironically, I was the one doing the paperwork, doing the invoicing, keeping track. So I had to keep track of everybody's cars. But I found that I was alone in a corner working on one car by myself for like 2 weeks. And dudes were just like, they'd go to lunch, not tell me. I'd look up, everybody be gone. I'm like, man, this is some bullshit, but all right, whatever, And the CEO wound up coming over to visit us. And
From St. Louis, flew to Australia.
Flew to Australia. And nobody really said anything to him, And we went out to dinner. He goes, the one thing that impressed me about this gentleman, I'm not even going to say his name because I don't want to.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it out.
Yeah.
You can figure it out. The guy came through. I'm the point man. So I'm going between the Australian company, the Dent Wizard company. I'm keeping track of all the books. I'm keeping track of all the money, keeping track of all the expenses. I'm keeping track of everything, right? So he comes up and he's like, wants to flip through all the invoices. And the dude does his math in his head in like 3 seconds. He figured out what we were making per day, what we were making per week, what the expenses are, like right off the top. And I'm like, damn, it was impressive that he mathed it out that quick. And so I'm like, all right, well, maybe we can get our money back, And so he goes, Dave, find us a good place to eat tonight where we can all meet. So we went down. We stayed in Melbourne at this place called the Docklands is where we were living. It was really cool, like inlet. Matt, did you go to the Docklands?
No.
So the Docklands were like, it's everything in Australia is like built around water and inlet water. And this was no different. The Docklands was high-rise apartments overlooking the bay, tons of boats and yachts and all kinds of stuff, in the bay. Real cool things, nightclubs, restaurants. So I find this restaurant. It was like moderately priced. Like a meal was $50, a person. And that's Australian. So that's really like $35 in America. So we all show up. I get everybody there. We're all dressed nice because the CEO's coming. Well, the dude's like an hour late. So I'm like, all right. Well, he got lost, supposedly. Shows up. So we all got our bar tabs open. We're drinking, we all got a tab going. And he looks at the menu. And because I know he does math so well, he's mathing the menu and figuring out what the cost is going to be. $50 a person. Got 10 guys. It's $500 bill right there.
Plus drinks. That's another $500. This is going to be $1,000 a night minimum. Now we're talking about tip. Is there tax in Australia on it? This might be $1,500. So the dude, I could see his math working in his eyes. And I'm like, don't tell me he's going to do this. He goes, kangaroo? Who wants to eat kangaroo? And I'm like, you fucker. He's getting everybody comfortable with the idea of going somewhere else to eat. Even though we've all been there an hour and we've all had drinks and cocktails, we got tabs open. So everybody closes their own tab. If you come to work for my company, I'd be like, Matt, James, give me your tab, closing it out. No. We all close our own tabs. We go down the street. So now we're 10 dudes in Australia on a Friday night looking for a place to eat.
he finds a pizza place. He goes, "Who don't like pizza?" Which is funny because that's me. I always say that to Kayla whenever we eat pizza. I go, "Who don't like pizza?" So pizza.
You say it because of this guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So pizzas in Australia are weird. They're crazy. They're like 9-inch pizzas. You know what I'm saying? So like I can crush like 12 pizzas. They're not big Little Caesars, they're not American pizzas. They're little bitty.
They're like pizza rolls.
They're like tapas pizzas. They're like as big as this microphone stand here, right? So we all go down and we have pizza, right? So I'm kind of insulted, You've taken $5,000 from us, so $50,000 in total. The $50 a meal is too rich for your blood.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I'm pissed, right? So the dude starts going around the table, starts asking us, "Hey, what do you guys do before you started Dent Wizard? Matt, what did you do before Dent Wizard?" And Matt would say, where did you work?
I did pipe fitting.
You did pipe fitting. Matt, what did you make as a pipe fitter?
No, he's doing this.
Swear to God. Matt, what did you make as a pipe fitter? You can answer this question. Go ahead.
I want to say it was like $7.25 an hour.
$7.25 an hour. Wow, as a pipe fitter. James, what did you do before Dent Wizard?
I made $1,129 a month working for the government.
Wow. So it goes around the table. Dave, what did you do before this? What am I going to tell the guy? I was a drug dealer.
Street pharmaceutical.
You know what I'm saying? I used to sell drugs. What did you do?
Used to make way more.
Yeah, right.
Big Billy.
So I get what the guy's doing because he's doing the math. We were making about $1,000 to $1,200 a day. He wanted to get us for $750 a day. He goes, "What if we put you guys?" And I'm sorry, I digress from this real quick. When he gets to me, I'm steaming. I'm like, "Hey, none of your business." I didn't say this obviously because it's the CEO. I'm over there because of him. I got to be polite. I'm with a group of dudes. What'd you do before this, Dave? "Oh man, I worked at a body shop." "What'd you make at that body shop?" "Oh, I made pretty decent money." "What was your decent money?" "Oh, I don't know. Depending on how much work I did that week." And so I'm eluding this guy's question. He's getting aggravated. He goes, "We're just going to say you made $15 an hour." And then he moves on to the next guy. And I'm like, "You dick." So he gets around the table, and then here comes the sales pitch. Now he's anchored us. For anybody out there that wants to learn a sales pitch, you always want to anchor somebody. Kayla said the guys came into the body shop. None of them anchored her. None of them said, like, you have to anchor somebody. If you're doing it with money, that's what he was doing, was anchoring us. "Matt, you used to make $7.25 an hour. What if I paid you $750 a day to work in Australia? Would you come?" And the guy did the math. He goes, "That works out to be like $350,000 a year or something, whatever it comes out to." Well, yeah, if you work 12 months out of the year.
Yeah.
And if you want to live in another country and never see your family, yeah, it does work out to a couple $100,000 a year. But we'd miss Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, Valentine's Day, Easter, we're over there hustling and we're on commission. And so when he wants to get us for $750, I'm just like, oh. So right then and there, I realized, hey man, this is me talking to myself. You got to get into entrepreneurialism. You got to be your own boss and control your own destiny, because this ain't.
Yeah.
I see the future. And ironically enough, my buddy Jay there, Jay. Mm-hmm. Jay was mad the next day. I'm like, what's wrong? He goes, he's going on a hunting trip here. I go, what's a hunting trip? He goes, basically he's hunting these caribou or some shit they had in Australia. He goes, he's paying $5,000 to go on a hunting trip where the animals are penned in a fence, and you go out there and kill an animal, and then you bring it home. And Jay's a big hunter, and Jay's like, that's not hunting. That's stalking an innocent animal and whacking it,
Yeah.
So anyways, the dude leaves, he goes on his $5,000 hunting trip. We never got our $5,000 back. We ate pizza that night like a bunch of 12-year-olds. And I was like, I got to get out of here. I got to do something else. No pizza
That was
party.
the beginning of the end for you?
That was the beginning and the end, yes. And at that time, I did not have the courage to leave my quote-unquote good, safe, secure job. I'd rather just eat shit and say, oh, yeah, here's my $5,000. Take it back. I can't do anything about it. The 17-year-old me is going, hey, let's pop this dude in the head and throw him in the Docklands. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
So,
Put him in the back of the ute.
yeah. Like, we don't know what happened to that fool. But obviously, that was just, you can't do that. And,
No.
So it was what it was. So we went back to work. The dudes kind of like eventually wore off of the whole thing. It's Dave's fault. Time passes, time heals all. no big deal, water under the bridge. But it was just a real eye opener that you can be put in a situation where you have no control over the outcome, and people will blame you for the outcome that you have no control over. And it just made me realize, like, you know, if you don't have control of your life and your income and your business, then you're really.
I've always heard that story about the $5,000 pizza party. Where, you know, I didn't go that year. I went
You'd have lost $5,000.
I know, but that was the last year I think that the exchange rate favored y'all.
It did.
I think every year after
that
it went down to negative 25%.
The gentleman we were working for over there, his name's Mick, and Mick is a solid dude. He was the Dent Wizard of Australia, and they were looking to buy his company. And so I would go to Mick's office at night. You know, he was just a normal dude. He'd work all day, and then he's doing the paperwork at night, and he's busy. And I'd just go up and, you know, can I help you with anything? You know, he taught me a lot. He kind of mentored me. And, you know, I didn't do it to, like, be a kiss ass or anything like that. Like, I generally liked the guy and was appreciative of the opportunity he gave us, and realized that I could learn something from this guy that literally is on the opposite end of the earth from me, that's a little bit older than me, gone through this. So to answer your question, Matt, he goes, I'm trying to formulate my sales pitch to the CEO to figure out how we can unwind this $50,000. And Mick goes, well, hey, mate, what if the situation was different? What if every dollar you get here is really only 75 cents American? Are they going to pay you the dollar in America? I go, probably not. He goes, well, and he didn't say anything because, you know, he's in business with the CEO. You know, he can't tell me what to do. Yeah. He can't even allude too much because he doesn't want to cause dissent in his operation. But I got the picture. It was pretty clear that, you know, you were being stolen from. Basically, yes. Yeah. We were being stolen from. And anyways, that's a heavy story.
Yeah, I know.
I never told anybody about that, man. That was like a hard deal being with like a group of your peers, and like you're the same dude as them, and they're all mad at you. That'd be like if this podcast isn't being recorded and you're mad at me because I was talking and the mic wasn't on. You know, like, hey, man, it's not my fault. Like, I'm just a dude here with you guys, you know? So that was a real eye-opener that people can turn on you real quick and rationalize in their mind. I'm going to tell one more story about that just because I kind of want to get this off my chest, man.
Let's do it.
I'm not going to mention.
This is when things get good.
I'm not going to mention anybody's name in this story, right?
Yeah.
You can.
Thank you.
One of the dudes is with me. He's real cool, and he's kind of gets drunk a lot. So he's telling me that these other dudes are real mad at me. Like they're mad, you know. And in my world, like if you got beef with me,
so this is about the same situation.
Yeah, same situation.
Okay.
You know, where I grew up, if you got beef with somebody, you know that can escalate real quick into a lot of different things. So I'm like, all right, let's go squash it. You know, so I go over to these dudes' apartments, and they big drinkers, you know, like drinking every night. And I wasn't, you know, I don't drink anymore, but at the time I indulged, but not crazy. And so these dudes, 3 dudes got me in a room about this size, and the biggest guy shuts the door and stands in front of the door. And the other 2 big dudes come and block me from leaving. And they go, we want you to open your laptop right now, and we want to see this email you sent to the CEO. I go, I don't have my laptop. They go, you can use ours. And they're like, you're gonna log into your password in this computer, and you're gonna log into your email, and you're gonna show us this email. So I'm like, all right, and these dudes are intoxicated. They're big. You know, I'm 5'7", $175. These dudes are over 6 feet, over 200 pounds. There's 3 of them. And the one thing they don't know is I've been in situations like this before. So I'm like, all right, I'm kicking this dude out the window. We're on the 4th floor. I'm like, as soon as I bust this dude out the balcony, they're going to freak out because I just squashed this dude out the window. I'm kicking this dude in the nuts. I'm getting out this room if need be, you know. But I logged in, and the internet was weird over there. Like, I had like a weird, funky laptop. So as I log in, I'm looking at my send emails. I couldn't find it. I looked through the deleted emails, couldn't find it. And they're like, you deleted that on purpose. I was like, yeah, who told you that? And they're getting very antagonistic in a very small room, behind closed doors, no witnesses, in a foreign country, And I'm like, all right, this shit's about to turn gangster real quick, you know. But I got to be cool. I can't let none of these dudes know that, hey, I'm about to bust on all you fools, you know, whatever happens, you know, because, like, I ain't going to make it out of there very well. You know what I'm saying? There's 3 of them. They're bigger than me. But it was just like, it made me mad that these dudes would put me in a situation like this, and I don't know their intentions. You know, they're intoxicated. People do crazy shit when you're drunk, you know. And we looked through the emails, we looked through the deleted and the sent. I don't know what happened. Maybe the email never got sent to the CEO. You know, maybe I hit send and it didn't go through. I think it probably did. For whatever reason, I couldn't find it. And the dudes kind of didn't believe me, but they let me out of the room. I left, and I was like, well, I'm done with them dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like, a couple of them, like, kind of been cool with me over the years, but I always remember you had me in a room, 3 of you, with behind closed doors, blocking me from leaving.
Yeah.
And making, you know, insinuating some shit. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that could have gone real bad, real fast for all of us in there. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't like that at all. So, but water under the bridge, nothing happened. We never got our money back. I never got my money back either. So I could see why they were upset, but I think that their anger was very, very misdirected to the wrong person. So,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what role you would have played that would have kept their money from them. Like, I don't see how you would have influenced that, positive or negative. I mean, you know, I don't know. Right? The company's going to do what the company is going to do that makes sense. And having worked for that company for years, we know.
yeah, you know
that
how they roll.
they try to squeeze every, you know, ounce of blood out of the turnip, man. Like, you know, I mean, they're going to get you for tent fees. They're going to get you for admin fees. They're going to whatever they can to make it make sense for them. You know,
100%.
They took over 10 grand for me on a job. Like, so like, we know that that's their MO.
You can't do nothing. When you got a human resources department that's taking your money out before you even get it.
Yeah.
If you got beef with them, well, who do you go to? You don't go to anybody. And it'd have been different if I would have got the money back, stole the money from my comrades, and then took it.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm not a thief.
And Dent Wizard's too corporate to allow any of that
Yeah.
to happen. Like, there'd be paper trails and all that kind of stuff. So
It was a raw deal.
it was a real deal.
But you know what? I learned a lot from it.
Yeah.
Went back to Australia 4 more times, I think. Did pretty good over there. Every time the exchange rate dipped a little lower and a little lower. But it was a cool experience. Like, you know, you get to go over there, live in Australia, you know, experience the culture. You know, Kayla started coming over there with me, and Mick has 3 sons. Shout out to the Lundy boys, if you guys are listening. So they just treated us like family. And so me and Kayla have gone over there plenty of times, been flown out to their houses, stayed for the week. So we like to refer to them as, you know, we have an Australian family that, you know, we love very much. They love us. So so it was a good experience, you know, all in all, you know.
Bring us to where you started being interested in learning PDR.
Man, seeing him working out in the garage, just felt that I could do it. Thought it would be something.
Because if he could do it, you can do it.
I can do it. I grew up on a farm with 2 older brothers, so I always had like this in me that I'm going to do whatever anybody else can do. So picked up a tool. I think it was like a hood you were working on, and pushed a few times and was like, God, this is hard. I can't do this. And that was pretty much the end of it. I didn't think twice about, I'm going to do dents. After that, I was like, I can't do dents. It's not possible. But then I think...
You started doing R&I in the garage.
I did do a little R&I, but kind of already knew.
At this shop?
No, this is at my house.
At the house.
Yeah.
We can get into this later, but in 2012, I had a series of events where I had to start an LLC. I was still working with Dent Wizard. I quit them in 2019. Kayla eventually went to go to Dent Wizard too, and we'll get into that. But 2012, I had a situation where I had to start an LLC. And so that's how I started just doing nights and weekends, you know, kind of like the line in Scarface when he tells Frank Lopez, I made what I made on the side, but I never crossed you. You know, like that was me. Like I went to work during the day, but you know, if I had a friend or family or neighbor that had a hail car, then I would handle it on the side. And because anytime you do work over $600, the person that pays you is going to 1099 you. And I didn't want to give this, it was a State Farm job. I didn't want to give him my social security number. So I started an LLC. And just real quick about that, because I think everybody should own their own LLC. Not everybody's cut out to be in business solely for themselves, but everybody can have a side business. And from a tax standpoint, it's beneficial. And from an entrepreneurship, I had a painter at a body shop. He goes, Dave, my ex-wife's got a Hill car, and I want you to fix it. I go, well, cool, run it through the body shop. He goes, no, I don't want to run it through the body shop. I don't want to run it through Dent Wizard. I want you to fix it on your own. And the guy kind of saw something in me, and kind of pushed me into entrepreneurship. So I got on mo.gov, started my LLC. When I was ready to rock, I called him up, said, tell your ex-wife to give me a ring. She came by, bid the car, got it approved, did it. It was a couple $1,000s, so it was nothing I could just go, well, I'm just not going to do it. Like, I think it was like a $4,000 or $5,000 hill job, so I'm like, well, I got to do this. So, but once I had that LLC up and running, I would just nights and weekends. And so when I would do these night and weekend jobs, and you know how it is, like your neighbors get a hold of you and cousins, and you know how it is. I was doing jobs in the garage, and Kayla goes, I want to learn how to do PDR. And me being an arrogant dent guy, I go, sure you do.
Here's a tool.
Sure you do. Here's a tool.
it.
Go push on it. And then it was hard for her, and I'm like, I was kind of a dick about it, But I was like, I saw how hard Kayla was working, going to school full time, working a full-time job as a manager in a body shop, working at night, as a bartender to pay for her school. So I was like, well, man, I could put her on with some of this R&I work, and I could pay her to do the R&I. She might make another $400 or $500, in an evening doing R&I. So I kind of turned her on to do the R&I, and I taught her how to do R&I first. Once she got good at R&I, because Kayla's real mechanically inclined, much more than I am. Like on the way up here, I was like, my truck's blowing black smoke out of the tailpipe. She goes, that's because you got a diesel truck and you didn't let it warm up. It's too cold right now. I'm like, oh. Sounds plausible to me. I'm like, wow. So when I put a tool in Kayla's hand the second time and intended on teaching her, I put a rubber cap on the tool and put her on hood stand, and then she figured it out.
So you just started in a garage,
Yeah.
in the garage,
Yeah.
pushing on a panel.
Yep. And decided, hey, I can't do this.
Nah, you thought that for a minute, but I'm like, you ain't gonna quit now.
But really, honestly, the time we spent apart was so much. Like the first 2 years of us dating, we probably were with each other 2 months. And the thought of traveling together and actually being on the same job sounded exciting. I always got to see him have time off, too. Like I'd come home at like 2 o'clock, he'd still be sleeping. I'm like, man, this is the life. I want to do what he does. So after that, I wanted to get more serious about it. He took me on a job to Kansas City, and just to be together, honestly. I was thinking about staying in the hotel with the cat, and he would just go to work and come home. But he took me on the job.
It was a rental car job. It was a bunch of hill
Yeah,
cars.
we were outside under a tent, and he's like, here, somebody else had their wife doing their paperwork for him. Another guy had his brother doing R&I, not being paid by Dent Wizard. So
Yeah.
we assumed, well, it's okay. You get up there and start pushing some dents. So I did. Just so happened one of the big wigs at Dent Wizard was there that day and saw me and was like, who is this girl that I don't know pushing on these cars? And we got in trouble a little bit for that, so I didn't get to push anymore. But I did pretty well. I mean, he was just sticking me on roofs, but
with
a rubber tip, I was like, this is fun. I'm working outside. I go to lunch. I just chill out. It was the best job I had.
It was an upgrade, lifestyle upgrade.
It was an upgrade. So after that, I just knew I could do it. I think you gave me a fender to work on and a door to work on right before we had got the kibosh on the deal. But I just knew I could do it.
They didn't let you stay around?
No, they didn't.
Did they kick all the family members out?
No, they did not. Just me.
Because you stuck out because you were a girl.
Maybe.
Well, there's other girls.
Maybe.
Right?
There were?
And I understand that I was touching customer cars, but there was another person there, but he was a guy.
He just blended in.
So maybe that was, maybe he didn't get seen.
He knew to get in the trunk when the bigwigs came around.
He didn't, though. He didn't.
But after that, you would ask Randy, well, because Randy said she can't be on the job. That's not okay.
And Randy was the
Randy
tech
Sheridan,
resource manager
yeah.
at this time.
Yeah, at the time.
I just want to reiterate, Randy's a stand-up guy.
Randy's great.
He was the sales manager at the time, not sales manager. He was the tech resource manager, excuse me, for the Hail team.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I probably apologized to him several times for doing that because it probably got him in trouble. You know, somebody said, "Hey, Randy, what are you doing? You got somebody uninsured working on these customer cars."
That's pretty much exactly how it went down. I got a phone call that night at the hotel. He's like, "Hey, man, you can't have your girlfriend out here working on cars." And I'm a hustler. I'm like, "Shit, there's two of us now," you know, like fixing the cars.
Turned out they were hiring.
I said, well, you know, I've been taking her on these jobs, and she's good. She knows how to do R&I. She knows how to fix dents.
And bless his heart, he was like, okay. He trusted us enough to just be like, okay, we're going to give you a shot.
So,
which is
as ironic as it is, one of the gentlemen that were there, he brought his brother, and his brother was doing R&I. The brother had gone through the PDR training and was slotted in to be the hail technician, and something happened. He didn't make it through training. I don't know what the circumstances were, but he had to drop out of training. So they had budgeted for one more hail technician. And so when I asked Randy on the phone, he's like, you can't bring her to work. You know, she's not insured. I go, well, are we hiring? And he goes, as a matter of fact, I need to hire one more guy by the end of the year. I go, how about you hire a girl? And he goes, okay. So we went back to St. Louis after that job. I just went and finished that job out. And
it happened immediately. Like that was probably in May or June.
Yeah, the training class started like a week later. And
got home. Randy took me to corporate, introduced me to Tim White, who would have been my trainer, and Rob Kaysen and Dave Sanders. And Tim White, rest in peace. I absolutely adored him. He was really good to me during training. But I became like his, protege. He knew he could trust me. I came in early and turned on the lights so he could sleep in and not show up till like after we had done our stretching, and when the real nitty-gritty started, he could show up. But yeah, I don't know where I was going with that with the Tim White.
At that time, do you know how many girls had gone through training before you?
The only person I had heard of, I can't think of her name, but I just knew of one that worked for Dent Wizard, and that was it. And she was on the Hail team. Carly.
Yeah.
And I don't think I ever met her. I would have loved to have met her, but she was the only one.
There was always a lady down in South Florida.
Is that Ann?
I don't remember. Somebody will know.
Dent Wizard?
Dent Wizard.
Yeah. I don't know. I've come across...
There's been a few.
A handful, but I just didn't know how many had been corporately trained by Dent Wizard.
I know not many, because when I came in, Tim White goes, I need you to duck walk for me. Do you know what duck walk is? He's like, if you can't duck walk, you can't do dents. And I'm like, this guy really, I didn't know if he was joking. He's like, it really wants me to duck walk. So I do a goofy duck walk as low as I can get to the ground. He's like, you're going to be that low your entire life doing dents. So.
Still wrangling spreadsheets and scribbling estimates by hand? Say no more. Mobile Tech RX gives you everything in one slick app. Estimates, job tracking, QuickBooks integration, and more. It's built to help recon pros work smarter, ditch the admin grind, and get paid faster. Start your 5-day free trial at mobiletechrx.com. And we duck walk every day, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We do.
That's hilarious.
I'm tired from duck walking all day.
That's why the stretching was important.
Kayla's got a pretty interesting story where a gal told her about, pulled her aside in the bathroom. You want to tell that story?
Oh, yeah. During Dent Wizard training, a very nice office employee had asked if I was going through training. We all had these god-awful red shirts.
Yes.
And they were men's shirts, so I was in a huge baggy shirt with grease all over me, and she asked if I was in the Dent Wizard training, and I said, yeah. She said, they give a first place check to the person that has the highest score in the class. I said, really? No, I didn't know that. So after that, I just wanted to get the check. She didn't tell me how much it was for, but I'm thinking it's going to be pretty good, you know. I've seen him do well with Dent Wizard, do well with doing dents, and just had my eye on the prize. I want that check, and I did. I got
You
the
got
check.
first place.
Got the check. Yeah, I think there was like 14 or 15
Wow.
guys that started, and there was probably only 7 or 8 that actually finished the class.
Wow.
So you finished first in your class.
I did.
And got the bonus check.
Got the bonus check. It was
Wow.
$125.
Let's go.
Dang.
I will say that I thought it was going to be a little more, but that's
Well,
okay.
considering his $50,000 story,
Yeah.
you're lucky to get that.
The check was more, but there were some banking fees involved.
Admin fees.
Yeah. But
Wow.
Yeah.
So what? Because of you practicing with Dave, did you feel like the
I
training
get a
was
leg up.
easier? Like, were you already?
I think so.
Had you already
yeah.
broken through that wall of like, I don't know if I can do this?
A little.
Yeah.
A little. When I start pushing on that foil, though,
Mm-hmm.
I reverted back to, oh man, I can't do this. Oh no, you know. But then he took everybody around to show everybody's foil, and I realized
Mm-hmm.
everybody was way worse than me,
Mm.
and I just gained a ton of confidence, and it just went from there. Like I didn't hold back. I just kind of.
Do you feel like those guys maybe really wanted you to succeed and like
I do.
gave you like extra
I do.
I don't know what the word is, but
Favor?
favor or attention, or just really try to like, no, we're gonna make sure this girl freaking. When we set out to make the first simple, effective 2-glue system, we knew we had to make an amazing hail glue. It sets quick, holds really strong, and lets go when you need it to. And let me just say, our hail glue absolutely rips through hail damage. Another goal for our hail glue, it had to deliver effective, reliable pulls for route techs out there making it happen in the streets during the cold months. Part of our 2-glue system, whatever the weather, Dent Slayer has you covered. This glue was only made possible by our relationship with Anson. You can find the glue on their website, as well as some of the other leading tool companies' websites.
I did
Gets
feel
it.
like that. There was another guy in my class. I don't recall his name, but he had went through part of the training before. He'd had to drop out because of health issues, and he was in my class again too. So they let him graduate early. So I will say he probably would have got first place if it wasn't for that. That guy helped me out tremendously in the class too, because he had already went through the class, you know. And we did a lot of hard things. Like we were getting cars from the very back lot of Dent Wizard and pushing them because they didn't run all the way inside corporate and parking them where we could work on them, and then pushing them all the way back out. And this is in July and August of St. Louis heat with no air conditioning. So I had a lot of help. I wouldn't say help, but I do feel like they wanted me to succeed,
Yeah.
which I feel like they gave that to everybody. But Dave Sanders especially, I feel like, helped me have confidence.
Were the other students? You feel like they respected you?
Oh, yeah, I made
Yeah.
friends, yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like I had to work for it, you know, at
Sure.
first. There was a time when I'm bent over working on a door, and Randy Sheridan walks in and just makes a beeline to me, and I see every guy look like, how come she has this guy coming to talk to her? And then kind of everything changed after that. They were like, oh, she's going to the Hail team. Everybody else wasn't. I could see guys get discouraged a little, and I kind of kept telling them, no, this is a great job. This is a great opportunity. You know, there were stories of these guys having pregnant wives or pregnant girlfriends at home. They really need this job, and none of them were from St. Louis. So I kept talking them up, you know, stick with this. This is going to be a great career for you. But yeah, no, they were all super nice to me. Even at the end when I'm taking their tools in front of them and fixing things, nobody held a grudge. It was really nice,
Wow.
refreshing.
They were top-notch dudes. When they graduated,
Oh,
I
yeah.
went out with all of them, and I mean, they treated her like
Oh,
she was
yeah.
their little sister. You know what I'm saying?
Is there a favorite story that sticks out from the training? Anything?
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of things. It was a really crazy experience.
Did you stay at the Candlewood that everyone else stays at?
No, I got to stay. I got to stay at home
Oh.
because
Duh.
I didn't
Big
get a
daddy.
car. All of them got flown in and got hotels. But
Makes sense.
yeah, my favorite was I started training the day after 4th of July. July 3rd, we went to a friend's house. I always do the competitions, the games. I like Frisbee competitions, and I threw my shoulder out right the day before training. And so I had a really hard go of it the first 3 weeks. They give you this flat bar to use on doors for the first time. Mm-hmm. And when I finally, after like 3 weeks, told Tim, hey, I got a bum shoulder and this is killing me, he throws that tool away and lets me use a regular door tool. Where everybody else that tried to do that, he would yell at him and say, no, you're not using that. You're using this flat bar. And that stuck out to me because it made me feel like he thinks I can fix it with this other tool, which must be harder to use. And saved my shoulder a ton.
Wow.
A ton. That flat bar sucked.
Dave Sanders, back to him again. He had wanted to do some big smashes, teach these guys how to do big smashes in their 6th week of PDR. So he's putting his knees in the fenders.
Yeah, I got to see the famous knee into the fender.
None of the guys could fix their dents, so he had to have Kayla go around and button them up because the cars had to go back to the rental car company at 5 o'clock.
In fact, I fixed mine good enough to where he went to this Altima and just started beating huge hail dents into the tailgate. And I'm like, oh my God. He goes, you need to fix this now. Don't worry about that smash. Fix these. I sliced my finger open so bad on this tailgate. There was blood everywhere. And didn't tell anybody that I did that, obviously. But I just knew I had to get these dents taken care of because I had to get these cars back to Avis.
Wow.
But yeah, I didn't end up fixing those because I had to fix all the other big smashes that were more noticeable. So those dents are still in that tailgate, I guarantee.
Wow. So that would have been
2017, I guess that was.
17.
Yeah, July and August of 2017.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then y'all were a team.
Yep.
And then,
From then
he
on.
was my trainer because he was where every hail tech that got out of training went for a whole year to kind of learn the ropes, really.
Yeah,
Learn everything they don't teach you.
So when you, after you go through training, you go through the basic training that everyone goes through.
Right.
And then you go through a specialized 2-week training if you're going to go on the hail team. And then they're going
I
to
didn't
teach,
do that.
they're going to like show you how to do, to give you the big light and some specific hail tools or hail skills or whatever. And then after that, like your brother, they usually put you with experienced tech for a year.
You know what year he started? Then
Your brother?
yeah.
It's the same year BMW. I want to say 17. Because he went through training and then we went straight to BMW. Him and Brenton. I think 17.
So he would have worked with Dave if you wouldn't have
I guess.
volunteered to
Yeah, so
help him.
So James's brother, Chad, after he got out of training, went with me for a year.
You know he was my brother?
I didn't know he was your brother. I
Yeah.
actually did an advanced training with Rob had me go up there for 2 weeks and train Chad, Brenton, and Mike. What's Mike's name?
We know Mike.
What's Mike's
His
name?
brother Scott, or his brother-in-law
Yeah.
Scott.
Sorry, Mike. I'm forgetting your last name.
Starts with N.
I can't remember.
And yeah.
Anyways, I trained 3 dudes. Chad was one of them. I didn't know that was your brother.
Yeah.
Cool.
He lives in Jacksonville.
Yeah. He's a full-time RVer too, right? Is he still?
No. He has
Did he get out?
he has a place now.
Okay.
But he was.
So we actually ran into him. We were staying at Jacksonville. I'm sorry. Yeah, Jacksonville State Park. What is that state park?
Oh my gosh,
Where?
Hannah Park.
Hannah Park.
Hannah Park. So we were
That's
camping.
great.
We were
Yeah.
full-time RVers.
Yeah.
So we were at Hannah Park.
Uh-huh.
And I run into people I know all the time,
Uh-huh.
like everywhere. So I'm in Florida in Hannah Park, and he rolls through. I'm like, "What up, Chad?" And he looked at me like, "What's up?" So
Yeah.
we talked for a bit. He was staying
Yeah.
there. I think he was moving a day or two later or something. But it was ironic to run into somebody you know at RV park.
Yeah. Just random place.
Just randomly.
On the
Mike
planet.
Birch.
Mike Birch.
Mike
That's
Birch.
right. Shout out
That's
to
it.
Mike Birch.
Yeah.
Mike's a good dude.
Yeah. All right. So,
So Dent Wizard training, yeah, I'm out of Dent Wizard training, and I'm with Dave. He's my boss. He's my teacher. And then we still got to go home and play nice
It worked out really good. Everybody really appreciated Kayla being a female in the school in male dominated industry. The CEO that was the CEO at the time, he came down and congratulated her and was really cheered her on.
Which also the other guys in the class did get that, so they were a little hurt over that.
So,
but he came up straight to me and was talking and excited to have me possibly with Dent Wizard, but he didn't know who I was at the time.
So we had a little bit of more drama at the Christmas party. We showed up at the Christmas party, and I walk in with Kayla, and then there's nowhere to sit, so I sit down at the owner's table. There's the president, CEO, and CFO, and all the dudes, and they're kind of on their own table, and nobody, afraid to sit with them or whatever. So we pull up a chair. What's up? And I got along with everybody really good, and they were kind of like wondering why I was coming in with the first in the class, the woman trainee, and they were
asking questions like
and I'm kind of not being too forthright. So, but they were very nice. The whole table was very nice. So we go up to get a cocktail. We just got there. We sit back down. The whole vibe changed. Like we're getting kind of like the cold shoulder. People were kind of like just being weird, and I could sense it. And a dude pulls me to the side and he goes, "These guys didn't know that was your girlfriend." And so this table, I can only speculate, but I think that they felt like I hustled them, got my girlfriend hired, and now we're a team. And they just didn't know, which, I was legit about everything. Randy knew everything, but Randy didn't reiterate to them that, hey, this girl that we're going to hire is Dave's significant other. And the dude had made a comment about Dave already knows what's under the hood, some shit like that. You know what I mean?
It was really embarrassing in front of a whole group of
She just got a lot of admiration for being the girl,
And then I immediately got no respect because it was all Dave.
So they went from treating her like, the respect that she deserves to, oh, that's Dave's little puppy. He's bringing her to work. Good for him. And then they were kind of player hating, like now they're mad because I'm, we're getting to go out and we're both going to get per diem. We're both going to work together. The money's going to come into one house. We're a team. It's all legit. But she just got no respect after that. And it was at that moment I realized that my career with Dent Wizard was cut short because I'd witnessed other people. Like there were other couples at different times in Dent Wizard that they became couples. And then shortly after, they were no longer with the company. And I guess it's kind of like that in a corporate environment. Like when you're in a corporate environment, there's the employer and employee relationship. And an employee will take a certain amount on the chin, and not say anything, like we're taking $5,000 from you because of these banking fees.
Yeah.
And just go, oh, okay, there's nothing I can do. But when you're a couple, like now we're looking out for each other. So that makes us a separate entity outside of the employer-employee relationship. So if somebody disrespects her, well, I'm her boyfriend, like I'm her significant other, like I'm her husband now. So, but I'm not going to let somebody disrespect her, even if it's an off comment, like, oh, he already knows what's under the hood. Obviously, I'm not going to fight the CEO at a Christmas party, but it makes me lose a lot of respect for you. You know what I mean? Like, what's up with that? You didn't need to make that comment, So it realized that the clock was ticking. As soon as that moment happened, I'm like, this clock's ticking. And I kind of knew that when she got hired on. I was kind of raised like, go to school, get good grades, get a job, don't ever quit. Your boss is going to give you shit. That's part of life, right? Well, that's not part of life. That's just a lie that we're told. And when she got hired on, I knew that something would happen to where I was going to have to leave the corporate environment at some point. And but I'm like, let's roll with it. We'll see what happens. So that's what we did. We went to Australia a couple of more times. That was super cool. She was the only gal in Australia.
Yeah, how did How did that work out? This is your first year going to Australia.
Yeah, it's actually my first year actually going to get paid commission because I was getting paid like $12 an hour
She was on
during my
salary.
training.
Yeah.
So it was going to be my first real job, like commission and everything. And then
So what year was that?
2018.
And that was I went back to Melbourne. That was my second time going back to Melbourne.
Okay.
Her first time. She came over to Brisbane. I was in Brisbane at 15, and she just came over for like a month to for a visit.
I think at that point I'd only gone on a few other jobs, so I wasn't
She was
fixing.
green.
Yeah, I was pretty green. I get to Melbourne and the damage is pretty bad,
real bad.
real bad for especially a beginner. So
Real bad for anybody.
It was a really good experience. First off,
Australia, for anybody that don't know, the listeners out there, if you ever go, probably like this with any foreign country, they're gonna test you. So you might do great work. They're gonna pick it apart. It's got to be perfect, and even when it's perfect, it's still not perfect because they're gonna mess with you. Like they're gonna make sure that that they're in control and that you got to do it our way. Which is fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on the Dent Slayer podcast. This is your podcast. We're going to do it your way. So it's fine. But they really like.
I prefer
It's
someone
fine.
to check my work.
And
It's fine.
when you go over there and they really like let you know that this is going to be flawless, and you do flawless work, and you don't complain about it, then they respect you more.
Yeah. That was the thing I valued most
Yeah.
about going to Australia was the experience of that type of thing. In contrast with a lot of guys, not to name names, and it's fine. It's just a different way of viewing things that saw that and were like, I'm never going back here again. Those guys don't respect me, which I understand. Again, I don't discredit that way of thinking, but it's just another alternate view is like, man, I'm going to go there. I'm going to leave better. They're going to make me better. Like they're going
100%.
to make me do push-ups for a punishment, but I'm getting stronger.
Yeah, right.
That was how I thought about it. Like you think you're punishing me, but I'm just getting better.
Yeah.
And every time I left there, I felt like I just got way better.
Oh yeah.
And it was only because they tried to
Break you
punish
down.
me. They tried to break me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I didn't go there and crush it making money. I mean, I did well there, and it's off-season work for me, as because it's separate. It's opposite as here in the States. But I'd go there, and I'd make good money. But I would feel like they would just try to beat you down and giving you the worst damage, or QCing your cars really hard. And I was like, all right. I mean, that's what's going to happen, but I'm going to leave a better tech. When I get home to the States, I'm just going to be that much more of a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just want to break in here. This is no disrespect to Australia. Like we had great experiences. We love the Australian people and the companies over there. It was a great experience. So I just want to let the audience know I'm not downing them at all. They want it perfect, and they want to make sure that you're a foreigner coming over. You're not just going to smash and grab and bounce. It's got to be perfect. But then once you can do perfect work and you're not going to complain about it, then you earn their respect.
Yeah, they're a little tougher over there than a lot of Americans.
Definitely. Tougher as
as far
opposed to
as
grit.
mentally,
Yes. The Australians, they'll tell you to quit whinging, and some people complain.
quit
The,
whinging.
ironically about there, I don't know, you probably can know this, Matt, like if you did complain, then they'd give you a super hard car that like was terrible.
Or if you pulled paint, your
pulled
next
paint,
car was going to be awful.
you were punished.
Awful.
But
I quit complaining, meaning like I would complain to myself.
yeah.
I'm not going to complain.
And part of the
Verbally.
complaining too, you're working 12 hours a day. You're getting there at 7 in the morning, leaving at 7 at night. You're working 6 days a week. It's hot. It's a foreign country.
You're eating Macca's every lunch.
Yeah, so like it's natural to be like, not complain. 'Cause you don't-
Frustrated.
you're frustrated.
Yeah, yeah.
And you don't want to
Irritable.
Complain. Yeah, I mean, you're putting so many hours in and losing sleep. You're gonna get irritable at some point. But they were great. It was a great experience.
I just saw it as a test.
yeah.
And it was like, are you going to flinch? Are you going to ring the bell? type thing.
You want to hear a funny story?
I think I only cried once.
She
All the times
did,
I've been
dude.
over there.
Okay.
Was it?
No, it was because of me, because I'm a dick.
I think he was just scared. I was working on a really bad dent that wasn't even hail damage, and he thought I was going to crack the paint on it and lit into me really quick because he knew if I broke paint, then our next car was going to be really hard, and the pressure was too much.
I learned real quick that when you work with your spouse, you have to be a little more sensitive to feelings. So, Matt, me and you can work together, and maybe we're mad at each other, and we MF each other or have some sort of disagreement. But at the end of the day, we're going to go, all right, Matt, where you want to go for dinner? My treat, and there's no beef
I don't
at
do
all. But when you yell at your spouse at work and then you come home and you go, hey, honey, where are we going for dinner? They're going to look at you and go, you're an asshole. You yelled at me today.
Not anymore. That's at the beginning when things are hard. You're a beginner. You're trying to learn how to do something that's extremely tough
In a high stress
in
environment.
a high stress
with
environment.
high expectations.
You're tired.
And I didn't yell. I don't want the
No.
audience thinking that I'm like a abuser or anything. But just, you know how guys talk at work. Like, you can say some shit to a buddy of yours or who you're working with to let out frustration, and it's acceptable.
I haven't
it's
figured this out. Like my wife just helping me in my business or helping with Dent Slayer stuff, and we're interacting.
Yeah.
Have not figured this out because when you're working alone and when you're working in an environment with other men, it's like it's a force of will to get anything done.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you don't put your back into something and force it to happen, owning a business, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And so you're just used to just like plowing through obstacles.
Right.
And if somebody is like not keeping up and you're just like, you're not thinking, how do I speak to this person in appropriate?
Right.
You're just,
hurry up.
let's get it done mode.
Yeah.
Like that's how, when I leave the house until I come home, I'm in force my will upon everything to get it done. and that when you talk to your spouse like that, it doesn't go well.
I'm one of those that my main thing was knowing that we were partners. I saw other people be partners, like you and Will, watch you guys work together, and I'm like, okay, how do we make it flow that good? How do we do this? And that's when I think I went up to you and even asked, how can I be a good partner? What are things that you would look for in a good partner? And you told me, I mean, don't make them have to take time to look over your work. That was the biggest thing you told me. So it always stuck with me that if he doesn't ever have to worry about if my dent's fixed or not, it's going to be easy for him. And it was, I feel.
What else did I tell you? I don't remember. So.
Don't get rid of Dave ASAP. No.
Ditch the dead weight, honey. Come with us.
No. You also said to blend with my left hand, just to start learning to use my left hand more, because I was having a lot of shoulder troubles. You're like, use your left hand.
Okay, good advice.
It was good advice.
So you can
Right when it ain't working.
You can blend with your offhand.
Not well, no.
But she can.
But I can.
She's fantastic.
I just
can't.
like to do
That's
things
hard.
faster. So if it's faster with the right hand, I'm just going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to just take a real quick break here to tell something about Kayla. When she first started, I didn't think she was going to be strong enough to fix the dents. So I taught her how to glue pull first, which is ironic because you usually
They don't
learn,
teach you that in training, Dent Wizard training
at
either.
all. You usually learn how to glue pull last, and nobody ever teaches you how to blend. So I taught her how to, I instructed her on how the glue pull procedures work, how I did it, how I blended, and then I would let her do the rails because that's, I struggle with rails the most.
It's what he hated the most.
Hated doing rails. Like, they take so long. I just want to go fast. And the rails always slow me down.
Like Ricky Bobby.
100%. Shake and bake. Let's get it done. But the
wanna
rails
go fast.
The rails would slow me down. So I would be like, okay, well, if she can get the rails done, I can do a lot of the other cars. So she started out with glue pulling and blending, and I've trained 30 people, like advanced training, She was the last person I trained. She's by far the best I've ever seen at anything, but especially blending and glue pulling. Like, her rails are flawless.
It's my favorite. That's what I like to do.
I'd like to make flawless rails every time. A lot of times I make them to where you can't see anything, and they're great. It's
never good enough for me.
It's not good enough for her. She's like, what are you doing? We're 30 feet away. You can see them waves in that rail. I'm like, maybe you should fix that for us.
Any tech tips on how
On
to be
glue
good
pulling?
at how to
Oh
be
my
good at
gosh.
rails?
She's got one.
Do it a lot.
Just do it a lot.
Do it a lot. No. Gosh, yeah, I've just done it so much. Find what glue works for you the best and go with that. Find what tabs you like the most and go with that.
You got a good technique on how you glue pull and it raises, so you do that. You know
Oh,
what I'm
with like
saying?
a big dent?
The trifecta.
Yeah, you got
Tell
a
'em about
huge
that.
you got a huge dent. You put a puck on the center and you pull that sucker up, and then you got 2 low spots on the outside. You pull those up and you just do one, pull that up, knock it down, pull the other 2, and you just lift it in sections. That's what I do for anything.
Do you pull like with the big dent? Would you put a small tab in there,
If
or would
it's a
you
real
put an
deep
oversized?
dent, I would put an oversize. If it's shallow, I just want to pull that little bit of center out because
Mm-hmm.
I know that I can blend pretty good. I know it's not
She's
it's not
exceptional.
how you fix a dent, but it definitely helps a lot.
Yeah. What are your go-to tabs?
I know this is silly, but I like the Black Atlas tabs. They always
Old
work
school.
for me. And honestly,
That's not silly.
I just lost my favorite ones. They used to make these ones that had a magnet on the back, so I would never lose them. They would just roll off and stick to the car. And I lost my last one. Super upset about that because I don't think they make those anymore.
Well,
The ones with the magnets?
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know that the magnets ones are made anymore, but I can tell you
I really liked them.
where there is a stockpile of Atlas tabs.
Whoa. Maybe you should
When
tell
I
her
say
off air.
when I say stockpile, I mean like Fort Knox.
Like
Really?
prepper.
yeah, like
I might be willing to trade something for those
I
tabs.
I have a bunch
Yeah.
here in the shop, so you
Wow.
can pick through what you want here. But
Well, they're antique or
I mean like bags
wow, for real.
for real. So you can dig through what you want. But where I got the bags from is like fill this room. I'm not joking.
Oh my gosh!
So anyhow,
Gracious.
they
A1.
still make them.
A1 has Atlas tabs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
A1 bought Atlas tabs.
Really?
And they bought the molds and everything. And so
I liked the.
they're still being made.
What were those blue ice tabs? Those were pretty good for a while until we bought those new ones. The man, what were
Red
those?
snappers.
Yeah,
or
like the
something
square.
those are pretty good. Oh, the square one. Those are the quick willies.
Those work
Those work really
really well.
Popper.
Or Willy Quicks. I'm sorry.
Willy Quick.
Willy Quick. I always say that
Quick
wrong.
Willies.
Will always would correct me on that. I think you did too. you were going. I never say it right. 'Cause
Right
were selling
behind
those, you were selling those hammers in
Willy
Australia,
Quick?
and I would say
Yeah.
wrong every single time.
I still use that hammer. It's my favorite. That blending hammer.
The one did you buy that?
The one in Australia. I still use it.
She did.
Yep.
Still has it.
It's my favorite.
Super cool. I'm sure they would love to know that. I'm trying to get them on the podcast, but
Yeah.
they're not super interested and they're embarrassed. It's not like they would love to do it, but they're just not into this kind of thing.
Man,
But
I love their setup, their tools. It helps me exponentially in glue pulling. I love it. He's trying to get me to cold glue a lot more, but it just kills my shoulder. Just yank and yank and yank and yank and yank, and I still prefer to just. I still feel like I'm just as quick with the hot glue.
Matt's got a technique.
Yeah,
I think everyone's glue pulling wrong.
Yeah.
might be.
I do. I don't want. I mean, I think 90% of the world is glue pulling wrong
What's the right way?
with your tricep, not with your shoulder.
Oh, interesting.
I need a tutorial.
Yeah. Your
So
shoulder-
just usually
just instead
you
of
would be
pulling like
thumb up.
this, turn it over, and you pull with your tricep. You don't even move your shoulder.
Huh. Interesting.
I'll have to try that. Give it a whirl.
Yeah.
I would
it
try
works
it, but
different
Kayla,
muscles. Yeah.
I would try, but Kayla does all the glue pulling, so
You
I do
forgot
most
how
of
to
the
do
car
it.
now.
I retired my glue
Yeah,
pulling.
glue pull.
I don't
tricep-
just glue pull, okay?
Your tricep is what, 3/5 of your arm.
Okay.
I mean, if your bicep and then your tricep. So your tricep is considerably large in proportion to your arm.
Interesting.
It's very strong compared to your muscle, to your shoulder muscle.
Yeah.
And your shoulder muscle is really weak. You know, if you were just to hold a book out or whatever,
Right.
like you're not supposed to work out with a lot of weight extended like that, you know. But if you flip it over and you do essentially a tricep extension, then you don't even move your shoulder and you just operate your tricep. I think it's a more efficient way that avoids shoulder pain. It avoids shoulder fatigue at the end of the day for sure. But anyhow, I'll show you later. If
Yeah, I would
we
like
have
that.
some cars out there.
I think they should make a tool where you hook some sort of tool into the glue pull and hit a trigger to where it just.
We
pulls
literally
it for
made
you.
I didn't. So one of the guys at A1 was a former gunsmith, and when we were developing the AR,
Right.
they made a pneumatic one.
Whoa.
So it's super. It will never be used. There's no application. It hooks to an air hose, and you pull the trigger, and it automatically
but you
shoots
you
it
could-
basically fills it full of air and pulls the.
Yeah, I want one of those. You could put a regulator on it and dial it down, and then you could control your pulls.
You wear a backpack with
Essentially.
the air tank on you.
Oh man, you could make a Milwaukee version, battery powered.
That exists. That tool exists. Meaning, as in prototype, at
What?
least it exists.
I'm from.
It's gonna make my job a lot easier.
Well, hey, be careful because it's about a bunch of other tool companies about to knock it off right now.
Yeah.
Did you have
Let me get
somebody?
on tuner real quick.
Somebody made the one that is spring loaded. You
Yeah.
charge it and then you hit a button and it pops out.
Yeah, wow.
That's the bull
kick.
Yeah, that's Sergio's.
I don't think you hit a button.
You don't hit a button. You just let go.
Push it down.
Oh,
Just
you let go. Okay.
Dude, I bought that kit this year.
Oh.
It actually works really well. I think they redesigned it.
Yeah,
There was a
it's-
few.
It's
kinda
made out of
flaws in it, but
plastic now.
that makes a lot more sense.
So all of it, except for like the shaft part,
Yeah.
is made out of plastic.
I bought it, and the one thing I noticed is it was painted black,
Mm-hmm.
and the paint started flaking off like almost immediately. And I was like, "Oh man, they should redesign this a little bit." Another thing I didn't like about the bull kick, you have to undo the cap and then screw on the part that your mini lifter goes onto, and then put your cold glue on it. But then you cannot put the cap back on it to protect the cold glue, which I thought, well, that kind of doesn't make any sense. I should be able to screw that cap on to protect the cold glue. So if they're listening, let's read it.
We're not going to give them any cheat codes because the AR-10 has a cap that goes on that protects the cold glue.
Okay.
So,
We'll delete this out.
I'm just kidding. All right, so you're in Australia. You're doing well. You and Dave
Feel
get
like
an
I'm
argument.
hanging. Yeah. luckily, made good friends there.
Real good
Shannon
friends.
Morgan was the one that helped me finish that dent.
Oh yeah.
It was really nice.
When we would go over there, I feel like I think the most technicians I went there with Americans
Yeah.
was 16, which I think that was
Wow. There's a lot.
the first Sydney year.
I didn't go there to that first year in Sydney. I
Yeah.
skipped that. It was 17, right? Was it 17 or 16?
It was. I don't
It would have been
remember.
16 or
It was
17.
16 or 17 for sure. 'Cause I went 15 to Brisbane,
Yeah.
and then the next year was Sydney, and then to Melbourne, and then back to Sydney in 19, and that's when the last time I went. And y'all were there
Yep.
in 19. I worked by myself. Were y'all part of that 10-man crew
No.
in 19?
We were.
The Campbelltown Massacre, as I call
Campbelltown
it.
Massacre.
Yeah, that was fun. That actually made me better. Hindsight, during I wanted to cry every day. I was fixing dents that were mushed up and mashed up and pulled up. I wanted to kill everybody that was there, but
You probably don't know.
it made me better.
I know all about the Campbelltown Massacre, but I was not involved in it. I was.
You lucky dog.
I was not
I remember
outside
that. You
looking
were
in.
outsider, yeah.
Yeah, you're
you lucky dog.
Good on you, mate.
So let me just tell you how I did not end up in the Campbelltown
Yeah.
Massacre.
Tell me.
Was in 15, Randy got me the 4-year visa,
Yeah.
and it expired just before we got the call to go in 19. So I was planning on going. Everything's ready. I got my tools packed and cellophaned up. I'm ready to go. And he calls me and says, your visa expired. And we already sent 10 guys. So you're not going. And I'm like, frick, I'm not going. I'm going. And I literally called Peter.
Yep.
And I said, hey, I want to come. And he's like, we'll take you, but no more. We don't have enough
Yeah,
work.
right on.
And so I called Randy and I said, hey, Randy, I just talked to Peter. They said they'll take me, get my visa. I'm going. There's no way I'm not going on it. If I'm going to freaking fly there by myself, I'm going.
Yeah.
And so he got my visa, which took longer. And so I end up showing up later because my visa. So you guys went ahead and were part of that 10-man crew, and I came in straggling.
It was rough.
Yeah. So I show up, and you can take over this conversation. But I show up late. I don't know. It was a couple weeks, maybe a month.
You didn't show up
Yeah.
late. You showed up right on time.
Dead on time.
No, yeah.
But I showed up way after you guys, the original 10 went, and you guys were already working together. And so they just literally put me by myself in the corner. And I actually felt left out. I was like, I want to be part of the 10-man crew. Like, I'm over here by
We
myself.
would love to have had you.
Any car that shows up, I got to fix by myself. Like, there's no one to bail you out. All the pressure's on you. Everything, the billing, the rental car, the accommodation, everything was on me to do by myself. So I was like, man, I'm alone. This kind of sucks.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
And so I was kind of a little bit jealous until I heard what y'all were going through over there.
It was rough.
They didn't really know what we were going through down there until I think the last day we were there. You guys came and like to see what hell we were put through.
Yeah, it was crazy.
But yeah, it was bad. I'm not gonna lie.
James
They had
doesn't-
every reason in the world to make us redo it.
James doesn't know what we're talking about here.
No.
So tell him.
So we got called over to go to Australia, and the guy running the operations, he was fond of us Americans. So there was a Toyota dealership,
I
wasn't
believe
it?
it was a Toyota. Yeah.
It was a Toyota dealership. The whole lot got hit. There was already Australians working there at this Toyota dealership. And Mick, the guy that runs the operation, Mick goes, well, I'm pulling you Aussies off. We're sending you somewhere else. We're going to put the Americans in here because he kind of liked to keep everybody separate. Mick had a lot of international crews. He had, some South Korean guys,
UK guys.
UK guys, American guys. And he kind of kept everybody separate a little bit, which was good. Like you kind of got to keep, so you can keep an eye on the different groups. So we're there the first day.
And it makes sense because y'all are all splitting cars and stuff like that.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Makes it easier. So the first day we're at this thing, Mick's a great guy. He's fantastic. He's giving us the whole rundown. And remember I told you in 2012 they picked me to be the point man. So we're standing in this building, and Mick goes, and he's alluding to what he wants done. He goes, I need one person who's real personable and can kind of spearhead this mission. And the whole group turns and looks at me, and I take one step backwards. I was like, and everybody like, Mick goes, well, I think we got it. Dave's the point man. I'm like, oh shit, here we go again. So my job was basically just to do the dents and keep track of the cars going in and out, and then do the QC. But
Kind of just like a lead tech.
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just-
like invoicing things on paper,
That's
making
it.
sure,
And so these are dudes that have been in Australia before. They know the quality of work, but these cars they're beat up. There's a lot of dents, but they're real small, like dime-sized dents. But there's like thousands of them on the roof, and we're doing mainly like little small Toyota cars, like hatchbacks and things like that. So you really got to pull the hatch off, fix them from the side and the back, and then fix them from the side again. There's a lot of cross-checking involved. And anytime you do like a wholesale deal where you got a lot of cars, the price goes down. Kind of goes back to my story as a teenager, wholesale versus retail, right? So I started out real good, QCing everybody's work, but, these dudes have been doing this as long as me, and it's kind of offensive to go, hey, Matt, let me look over your car, So I didn't think it was no big deal. I kind of stopped QCing, which was a big mistake on my part. And the cars were going through so fast that by the time I would get on a roof and get halfway done, I'd have to stop to go right up to invoices and then bring 2 more cars in. And then I go back to my roof, and then another car would be done. I have to go invoice that, And so I just had a lot of things going on, getting pulled away, and I just didn't QC anybody's work. We kind of all agreed that, hey, if there's 3 dudes working on a car, we're going to QC each other's work.
they all agreed that they would only QC mine. That's eventually what
So
happened. I got QC'd. No one else did.
That's what happened. The first week, they kept coming to Kayla's
They would
cars and
always
looking at
look
her
over
cars. And
my
like,
cars.
her cars are legit. Kayla's a perfectionist. And they were giving her like comments that you would give a new tech, like, oh, you know, you really need to fix it from this side or that side. And like Kayla's like,
Wasn't my first time in Australia.
she's
so.
like, all right, you know, she takes it well. So everybody's just concentrating on her because she's the female, you know, she's going to be the weakest link.
Well, I was the newest. Not necessarily because I was female.
That was probably part of it.
It could have been.
But Kayla's legit, head to toe, no problem. So we get done with these cars and we leave and we go to the factory we're working at. And we're doing factory cars. Well, these Toyotas start getting sold. And dude, they were messed up. They were bad. Dudes were like just pinching. You know, if you got 1,000 dents, you got to fix them all perfect. Because if you fix 10 or 20 of them that aren't perfect, they stick out, you know, like, and I, with all hail work, it's an insurance work or it's a new car like this was, they got to be perfect. Well, dudes were just smoking through these cars because when you do a car yourself, your name's on it. But when you're in a group of 10 people, your name's not on it. So you got
Nobody knows who
No
fixed what.
ownership of the car.
no ownership. Yeah. So no ownership. Let's just do them as quick as we can and make as much money as we can. And I don't operate like that. You know, like, hey, the car's going to take as long as it's going to take till it gets perfect, and then we'll get another car. So Mick got a call from the Toyota dealership. He's like, hey, you know, you got to come look at these cars. And Mick went and looked at him, and man, he was mad. Like
He
the
was
cars,
very upset.
he was. But Mick is a legit businessman. He will control his emotions. He's going to get the job done, and we're going to do it his way. But he's not like.
He's not going to yell at us.
He's not going to MF you and
berate
yell at
us.
you and berate you and all that kind of stuff. But so everybody had to go back there and start working on these cars, and like they were messed up. The hoods, you know, the holes are all mangled. The paint's chipped off. These are brand new cars that just came from the factory, you know, at this dealership. And
Well, not everybody went back. They split us up. So
did.
one person from each team had to go back to Campbelltown. So we had already went to Sydney. We're in a new hotel. This is like an hour away. And one person from each team has to go back to Campbelltown and do redos. So everybody had to pick which partner would go. And I went back to Campbelltown. Dave stayed in Sydney, just kind of kept twiddling away. And we were just relaying messages of how bad everything actually was. And none of the people in Sydney really believed us.
like, how bad can they be? You had 10 experienced techs.
I
fixing
saw
the cars.
worse.
What's up?
Yeah, I saw better stuff in training. It was that bad. And I had never fixed work that bad because I didn't do work that bad, even in the beginning. So I had a hard time fixing it. It was difficult.
So you had, from my understanding, in that team of 10 guys or 10 technicians, there was 25, 30-year technicians almost
Yep.
that were in that team, as well as brand new.
Oh, they're
two-year-
good techs.
two-year
I've seen them
technicians.
do work.
Well, I'm saying you had
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
You had this. Both ends of the spectrum.
Most
right?
were senior techs. Kayla would have been the newest person.
Yeah.
I think the next
Oh,
guy
by
would
far.
have been there 7 or 8
Yeah.
years, you know. So like experience enough that you can
Yeah.
fix this stuff. And it was dime sized dents, but there's thousands of them. So
And then the underside of the hoods, all of those were chipped. So paint chips everywhere. And a lot of these cars didn't
what do you
have
do for
liners.
that?
We had to get touch-up paint, and Mick had us touch up every single hood.
How many cars?
all of them.
Gosh.
No,
all-
what was it?
oh, there was a lot because we were there probably a week just to redo
There were
redos.
several hundred vehicles. I don't remember the count. If I had to guess, maybe somewhere between 250 and 300, probably. I would guess like
Yeah.
300 cars all need to be redone, and now they're harder to fix because they're messed up. You know what I mean?
Extremely
Yeah.
hard to fix.
You got hundreds of pizzas on these cars now.
On
They-
rails, the rails were probably the worst.
Oh no.
It was bad.
When we set out to create our own collision glue, we had two goals in mind. Our number one priority, make the absolute best collision glue on the planet. Dent Slayer collision glue holds stronger and longer and has everything you need to deliver world-class results on smashed panels. Our second priority, this glue had to absolutely rip for route techs in warm climates. And believe me, it does. It delivers reliable, strong pulls in the heat and keeps you very efficient out there on the streets. Part of our two glue system, whatever the weather, Dent Slayer has you covered. This two glue system was only made possible through our relationship with Anson. You can find it on their website, as well as the other major leading PDR tool companies' websites.
And just missed dents, like just things on the bottom of doors, I think people were just like,
People-
nobody's going to see that.
You could tell like a couple of dudes weren't bending over. They must not have known how to duck walk because they were like, if it was below your knees, it wasn't getting fixed, So anything below the, the moldings, in the doors, like that shit just didn't get fixed. It was crazy.
I got the privilege of being the one to go with Mick back into the Toyota dealership to talk to the bigwigs to tell them, hey, these Americans messed up. Sorry. Yeah, It was very embarrassing.
Which just fit the typical stereotype that they want to hang on
Yeah.
us.
Yep.
The Americans suck.
Well, they were right on that accord, like.
Yeah, they
What?
call us septic yanks.
Yeah.
Is that what the guy
And-
told?
I mean, it kind of came back to me, the responsibility, because I'm the point man. I'm supposed to be QCing all these cars, but they're going out the door. You got 10 dudes working on cars, four guys, 3 or 4 at a time, smashing them out. It was
Listen,
my fault.
but it's not. But I know you're taking that, but it's not. You're going there because you're a professional at what you do. You're some of the best in the world, supposedly, right?
Yeah.
And the first thing is everyone should be accountable to do their job well, right? And QC is in place to make sure that they do that, but you should be QCing your own stuff. Like
know
that's
if
just
something's
built.
right or not.
That's just built. Yeah, if you're an experienced technician, which you should be, then do I really need you to look over my car to
Right.
tell me I'm done?
Right.
No, that's the advice I told you. Is like if you're done, be done. Like don't. So like, yeah, you're taking that responsibility, but every individual there should take it. Now, what happens is you get in this pack mentality, and ethics and morals start going out the
Yeah,
window, and you're like,
100%.
oh, good enough, man, get it out, send it, and everything just erodes. And what you normally would never do by yourself, now you're in this 10-person
Yeah.
group, and you're allowing this thing to creep in. And so I think for me looking in, that's what
Oh,
happened.
yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And I was fine with people QCing my work. I mean, I'm always up to learn. Any tricks and tips you can give me, I'm willing to listen. But after going back and seeing how awful the work was done and how many times I got pulled aside and said, hey, your work's not good enough, that's when I was a little upset.
Yeah. So
And the fact that the whole time I'm getting looked down by the CEO of the company. I had to fight my way to even get in there, and it just was so off. It was. All people that got special treatment for working there for 30 years did the worst job. It's not.
So
It's so interesting.
So they don't really have hotels like we do here. They don't like have Holiday Inns, or at least I never stayed in a hotel in Australia. Everywhere I stayed was like a furnished condo, and usually you where did y'all
Campbelltown was the only place in Australia I've stayed that was most like a hotel.
Okay, so
But they got to have hotels, right?
Not really. Everything's
They're more like condo apartments.
there's a lot of high-rise apartments, so like you can buy an apartment and furnish it, and then you can have the office down below.
Sublet it.
It's like Airbnbs.
Wow. That's so interesting.
This is just a tech tip for anybody who goes to Australia, because I used to always, not always, but there was a few times where we got over there and didn't have a place to stay.
Mm-hmm.
The first time something got jumbled up, and I had to go with Fred, and we had to go looking for a place for 12 guys. If you're ever in a foreign country and you're gonna find a room, make sure you get one with AC, because a lot of foreign countries, AC is a luxury. So I would go through the rooms and like, okay, we're going to take this one, this one, this one, this one. And then we kind of let all the guys pick. And, but I'm there. So I'm like, well, I'm going to take this one with the mini split unit in the balcony. And I didn't know about the AC, because some of the guys got in there and it's, 90 degrees outside and there's no AC in their apartment. And like, that's a problem, especially for Americans. The
That's a
Australians are
problem.
like, just open the patio door, mate. You get a nice breeze from the ocean.
and you get a wolf spider runs in the middle
You
and
do.
jumps on your face, or a bat flies in.
So look for AC if you're going to get a room.
Well, I remember, part of my perspective of looking into that was exactly as you guys said, but the thing that made it hard, or really, I guess, fatiguing, was like the guy who you guys hired to do R&I, like they had to bring the guy back to do R&I, which was another cost.
And that was an Australian guy, so he had to come back. But
Yes.
I think they got charged back to Dent Wizard.
It did.
Yes,
I believe so.
And you had 2 places that you had to
Correct.
rent for your lodging.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
instead of having one hotel on one and then moving over, they had double lodging. And so, at some point, the 5 stayed back to do redos, and the other 5 came over now to the
Different hotel.
to the shed where we were to start making the real money, which we were sitting there to do, which were the retail cars, insurance cars. But now you've got these 5 guys who are billing for 10 people. So they're mad.
Yeah.
They're mad because they're doing 5 man worth of work for 10 people because we're the other 5 people. And the other 5 people are down there redoing cars, not able to make the good money. They're essentially working for free still. And, this group is mad at this group and that group's, and everyone's upset. And the new guys are saying that the older guys just flew through stuff. And the older guys are saying, no, the new guys didn't know what they were doing. So everyone's pointing at each other. And I'm over there by myself thinking,
Like, thank goodness I came late.
wow, I avoided this landmine, right? Like I somehow, through God's providence, I did not go on that first leg with the other. And I went there and I got my own little corner and I was by myself. I didn't have a partner. I didn't have nobody accountable. It was just me and my dents and my tools and my car. And I was like, wow, and I think I probably made the most money on that year as opposed to any other year that I went. I never was part of a 10-man split. The first year in Brisbane, I got the cold shoulder from some technicians because there was like a 6-man split. And they put me and my brother by myself, and we were like, "Hey, we want to be part of the split." And they're like, "No, no,
No, you don't.
Well,
That's kind of how it worked.
but when you're the new guy, you do because you don't know, right? Like everything's new to you, and you're not confident, and you don't know what to expect. And it's just me by myself or my brother. But like, so we wanted to be part of that. We wanted,
Part of the group.
We wanted to join the group, and they were like, "Nah." And I felt kind of pushed out of that, which again, hindsight, I'm glad that didn't happen. But then the next year, Sydney, I was a 4-man split, and we had Tristan Stark and
R.I.P.
Casey that we got in a split, which wasn't bad. But then every other time, it was just me and Will, which is Will became my go-to partner there. I think Will was in part of a 10-man split with you, I think.
I think he was. I think that's when I first met him. I can't remember if that was Brisbane. I can't remember.
Yeah.
It's kind of all blurred.
Y'all stayed in some high-rise right on the water, right on the Gold Coast or something. Yeah.
We did. Surfers Paradise was the hotel we
Surfers
stayed at.
Paradise, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. I didn't go that one.
So that was the second time. So we went to Melbourne in 12, and then the Gold Coast in 13, and then I went to Brisbane in 15, Melbourne in 18, Sydney in 19, and then COVID hit, and so then it was like, put the kibosh on that. You're not getting in there anymore.
Yeah.
Now
So
you can, but.
bring us to where you guys
So-
started your own business
So
or went full time in your own.
I think it was when we got home from Australia, 2019,
was.
wasn't it?
So-
it was a big eye opener of like, I'm done working with groups.
So
That'll do it.
Ironically enough, in 2019, we went through the whole Christmas party thing, and I guess that must have been 18, and then so now 19, we're doing our own thing, and we got called to do a job at Avis, and
In Colorado?
no, St. Louis.
Oh, yeah, St. Louis.
So Avis is right down the street from my house in St. Louis, like a 20-minute drive. So there's a manager. I'm not going to say his name either. He's from Texas. He goes there to bid these Avis cars. This guy's a nitwit. He doesn't know how to bid cars. I've already had past experience with this guy that he was like in the Air Force. So like Dent Wizard would hire a lot of like military dudes and sales managers because, oh, James, you're in the Air Force. So you know how to take directions. Okay, well, if you're going to go out and be a sales manager, there's nobody there to give you directions. You have to figure things out to be a salesman. And so a lot of times people that are used to taking orders don't make the best salesmen, and people that are managers don't always make the best managers. You know what I mean? When you're outside of a normal factory corporate scenario. So this dude goes over there. I get a call from, I think Randy called me and he goes, hey, can you go help this guy out look at these cars? So me and Kayla go over there for 2 days. He wants to bid the cars outside. I go, no, we got to pull them under a tent and put some lights on them and bid them right. And I'm glad we did, because when you popped the light on them, you saw way more stuff. And then I was like, he only wanted to pull a couple of cars. And Avis, I can't remember if it was Avis or Enterprise.
It was
Avis.
It was Avis.
So the Avis workers, they're just going to bring us some cars. Well, one thing, this is a little tech tip for somebody. If you're ever doing a whole lot, the owner of that lot is going to bring you the lightest cars for you to estimate. And then within like a week of you negotiating the price and starting to work, the cars are going to get exponentially harder, because the hail differs on a parking lot, especially a big parking lot like an Avis that has thousands of cars. You know, on the northeast corner, the hail might be really light, but the southwest corner, they might be smoked. So you have to pull samples from the lot. And so I go, let's pull some samples from this lot. And so that's what we did. We pulled cars in for 2 days. We bid these cars. Me and Kayla are pretty health conscious. At the end of the second day, the dude goes, hey, let's go out to eat. Who wants to go to Applebee's? And I'm like, I don't want to go to Applebee's, but, you know, to be a team player, let's go out to eat. So we go and eat. Now, keep in mind, this is a manager with a company card on salary. We're on commission, so we don't get paid for 2 days to do these cars, but whatever. I just want to make sure they're right. So when the team shows up, the cars are bid right, good money, fair for the customer, fair for the tech. The bill comes and he slides our ticket over to me. And I'm like, Chris Price was there at the time, and Chris goes, let me get that. So Chris goes, I'll pay for that with my company card. And not that I need a free meal or anything, but if I work for you for 2 days for free.
He invited you out to eat.
And I helped the dude do his job for 2 days.
Right.
So, like, yeah, man, it's customary that you pick up the ticket, especially if we're going to
Pick up my chicken fingers, please.
especially if we're going to Applebee's, you know what I mean? Like, we didn't eat kangaroo, you know, and nothing like that. So anyways, we go to this job, and one of the dudes that works there, his name is Brian Coleman. Brian is a fantastic technician in St. Louis. Brian is a extraordinary technician. He's been there a long time, real good friends. So Brian, that's his main deal. So he's got a big steel building out back, and you can park like 4 cars in there. So he pulls his work truck in, and then he can pull 2 other cars, and he's got one little like office set up for doing paperwork. So he goes, hey man, you can just work out of my shop. You know, I'll give you one of my cars. It's a steel building. You know, there's curtains on the front and the back. So you're still outside the elements kind of, but you can shut the curtains, turn the heater on. So we're working under his steel building. Well, this manager, to save money, he doesn't want to put a tent up. He wants to work like under some viaduct and transport the cars. But then he realizes he's going to have to do a lot of work. So they throw a tent up. Well, they buy a tent too small. So there's not enough room. So it didn't matter to us because I've already worked out my own deal. I got the cars set up for you. We bid the cars. They're bid properly. I even got my own stall to work on. The CEO comes out again. Hey, what's going on? So he comes through, rolling through, and we're talking about some things. And there were some financial things I was invested in at the time that had done very well. And he's got the CFO with him. So I want to talk shop, some dudes that I probably can't talk investments with, like the tent guys, you know what I mean? And it took him pretty quick to do the math to realize, like, hey, this investment paid off. Like, and I actually kind of told him about this investment, and he scoffed at it. So I wasn't big balling or anything. I just want to talk to somebody older and get like your take on it, mentorship, and especially a CFO. The next day we get a phone call. Yeah, you know, we don't think we need you and Kayla there at this job. You know, you're kind of taking up room in a tent that, you know, maybe some faster techs, you know, Kayla's new. So we kind of don't need you there. And I was like beyond pissed. And this is my manager telling me this. And I go, well, who told you this? He goes, the CEO. I'm like, that mother. I'm like, all right. So I got mad. And then he kind of noticed that I was mad. And he's like, look, well, I'll see what I can do and get you in there. So we stayed there, but, you know, you could just cut the tension with a knife. This manager that was on duty didn't like me. The CEO and CFO obviously didn't appreciate our conversation the night before, wanted us to leave. And so now I'm just like steaming mad. So we leave that job. I I got hurt on it. You know, maybe it was subconsciously. We worked on a Kia Soul, and we call them Kia Soul Crushers. This car was just like riddled with dents, and like my forearm started burning, and like, so I'm like, you know what? What do you got, Kayla?
I was going to say, while we were there, obviously the other tent of guys, we kind of talked to them, asked them how many cars they're going through a day, because we're getting one car. Some of them were getting 5 cars and 6 cars done in one day to our one. And what happened after that job? They had to go back and do redos
Redo all
again.
the cars. These dudes are fixing them outside under the tent.
So
There's
they
no
needed
curtains,
somebody
and
else
they're
in there
smoking.
faster than me and Dave.
So
But
that
yet-
these managers could hurry up and get home, go on back to
Yeah.
the, so anyways, we leave there. Now I'm like, really, you know, the Christmas party thing happened. Dave knows what's under the hood, that comment.
There was another job that I was mistreated on.
Yeah.
It just kind of kept happening. And then at this point, I'm telling Dave, we need to blow this ship. We can do this on our own. We don't need this company. I'm not like Dave. I'm not going to take that much crap when I know I can do something else. And so I kept
Yeah.
nagging him, let's leave.
Me being raised by, you know, my parents were postal workers. You work there 30 years and then you get a pension and that's it, you know? So the old school thing, go to school, get good grades, get a job, take shift from your boss, retire when you're 65. So that was kind of the trajectory I was on. I was too scared to quit. Even though I was doing my own thing nights and weekends, being an entrepreneur, I was too scared to, what are we going to do with health insurance? We don't get a paycheck anymore. Oh my God, this and that. So we got called to go to Colorado. So keep in mind, there's work in St. Louis, 20 minutes from my house. We get kicked off the job. Now they want us to go to Colorado. What had happened out there were some independent technicians doing hail cars, and they were juicing the estimates. They were stealing, essentially. They got kicked out, and 2 other Dent Wizard techs got put in. And these Dent Wizard techs went home for the Thanksgiving holiday, and they were taking like a week or 2-week break. So we weren't even getting called out there to do the job.
We were just fill-ins, but they didn't tell us that.
They didn't tell us that. We were leaving from St. Louis to drive to Denver to fill in on Thanksgiving weekend. So we were fill-ins for Thanksgiving. And the dudes were taking a week off because they were, you know, it was a holiday weekend. They wanted like a week and a half off. So these dudes are back in St. Louis. We're just filling in for them. So we didn't know this.
Not
at
knowing
first.
we were going to be kicked off the job in 2 weeks.
Your brother Chad was at this job. This is one of his
He was
first
with
jobs.
us, yeah.
So we get
He
there.
was one of the fill-ins.
Yeah. Yep.
We get there, and I can't remember the name of the place, but it was Payless. Right then and there, you shouldn't work for a company that's called Payless. They're telling you what they're going to do right in the name. In this place, we were working in the car. There was a car wash detail bay, and then we were working in like the drive-through. So it only had 3 walls. This is Denver, Colorado. There's snow on the ground. It's freaking
Yeah, there's
cold
ice
outside.
and snow everywhere.
We only got 3 walls. It's cold in there. And then because there's a detail shop on the other wall, the one whole wall is just full of mildew and molds. And they told us, they go, when you go home at night, take anything you don't want stolen, because the night crew will steal your shit and go pawn it. So I brought all my DeWalt drills and impacts.
We're lugging our batteries back
anything
and
that
forth.
they wouldn't steal the PDR tools, I guess. But we came in there the second day and our shit had been rifled through, you know, so they were looking for stuff to steal. So you had to bring your shit home. The manager that I met out there, like, he was kind of big ballsing right when he got there. He's flashing his Rolex at me and he's talking about this and that.
He's trying to make us feel like he needs a couple like us to work
Yeah.
there at his shop permanently, even.
So this Payless was getting on to him because the cars weren't getting done quick enough. So what he was having his technicians do there was go out and walk the lots. So they got to put their tools down, go walk all these lots to find the hail cars. But you didn't even do the hail cars. You just had to go find them and cap them. And then once you walked the whole lot and capped the cars, then you had to go back through and figure out which ones had been there the longest and do them first. Now, these rows of cars are probably 30 cars long. So you might have a car 18 cars deep. You got to move 18 cars to get this one car out. Now, me as a businessman, if you guys are my technicians, I'm doing all that. I'm moving the cars. I'm bringing you the cars. I want you guys pushing metal, especially because this is my jam, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And they're getting frustrated at me because the cars ain't getting done. So this manager was having us go walk the lots while he left all day long. So I kind of had like an emotional, mental breakdown. And I never really knew anybody with like mental health issues, but I experienced that So we're out on a dude. We're out in the
You
winter.
went postal.
He went
I
postal.
literally almost did, and if somebody would have stepped me wrong, I would have done something unsavory.
You're crashing out, as the kids
I
say.
crashed out.
Well,
so,
what happened? I got my phone and I'm like, I'm gonna show these unfavorable conditions in case I slip and fall or whatever happens. And once I turn the camera to Dave, he just goes off. And
I made a video. So I'm gonna.
I wasn't expecting it.
I'm gonna
at
pause
all.
that story right there. I'm out in the parking lot, and one of the dudes gets a hold of me. He's like, "This manager, he's making us do all this work, and then he's yelling at us. He doesn't like me because I'm billing too much, so he put me on the night shift so I would bill less." And like, it was just a real weird deal. And I talked to the manager, and he goes, "Well, is there anything I can do to make this go smoother?" I go, "Yeah, man. You could be outside walking these cars and bringing them to us." And that was the last conversation I had to him. So I'm outside, me and Kayla, and now
And Chad.
we're walking lots. It's icy and snowy. There's big, huge Greyhound buses go like zooming past us out in the parking lot.
There's
you
a
can't
certain
stop.
mark we were supposed to be looking for on these cars too, and we
I'm
weren't-
confused.
We
I'm
were
like,
all confused.
what the hell are we doing? And finally, I just gave up. I went and sat on there was like a turnbuckle, like a metal turnbuckle that overlooked the highway. I just went out there and sat in it. And it's like
We
30
didn't know where Dave was. Me and Chad just start looking for Dave and stop looking for cars.
It's 30 degrees outside. I'm sitting there literally having a mental breakdown. I'm like, what am I doing with my life? And not even that. I'm just like numb, probably because I'm sitting outside in the winter. But I'm just like, I've got to make a change in my life. I can't keep doing this.
And you have your wife kind of like telling you, like,
Yeah.
I'm not doing this. This is crazy.
And so up until that point, I was like, I was scared to quit. And Kayla goes, "I've quit better jobs than this." And I was like, really? I've never quit a job in my life unless it was to go to a different, better job. I never just quit to quit. So we get back in. Kayla's like, turns the camera on, like, hit record. And then I'm like, "Welcome to our shop." And then I like,
I'm sure the video's still out there
it's
somewhere.
actually on YouTube. I can link it if you like. So I'm like, look at our beautiful shop. I'm like,
MTV Cribs.
I'm like, look at this beautiful mold, this beautiful Colorado mold. I'm like, I can't remember what I said, but the floor's wet. I'm like,
I had
watch
an air
it.
compressor that ran full time.
Oh, the air compressor run. I'm like,
Don't leave your stuff because it might get stolen.
don't leave your stuff. It might get stolen. The air compressor is loud as shit. You will go deaf.
It's like right where the refrigerator is. Like it's that
I
close.
go, and see this water on the floor? Don't slip and fall because you're probably not insured here. And like, I go, welcome to Payless. We keep the overhead low and to pass the savings along to you. And I posted it on Facebook.
No, you did it.
And I get a phone call at 8.
The very next morning.
And the dude had told us before he left, he goes, "Yeah, you guys are going to start working the midnight, the graveyard shift." I'm like, that was it. And so 8 o'clock in the morning, I get a phone call from my manager back in St. Louis that relieved me from the Avis job because the CEO told him, send this guy home. Then send him out to Denver. Don't tell him he's a fill-in for the weekend. He calls me up. He's like, "Hey, man, that manager there saw your video and he wants you gone immediately." I'm like, "All right, well, that's cool." So Kayla's
I wake up and I'm hearing this conversation.
She goes, "Did you get me fired again from a job?" I go, "I did. We were fired. We got fired." So we are out in Colorado, and I'm like, "All right, I'm going back to hustling here." So I start getting on the phone. I start calling people. I know there's dent guys in Colorado. So I had trained several people. Matt Marchetti and Chad Bates were two guys that I had trained, and they had gone on their own and were out there working. And so I went to work for them essentially. Matt was at a shop. He had like 9 Hill cars. He was kind of new. Like, it was way over his head. It's Thanksgiving weekend, so the shop's closed. So we went there and worked for like 3 or 4 days and made really good money in 3 or 4 days. And then I was like, wow, we could do this. So I called my contacts over in Australia. I was like, "Hey, if I left, can I come over there and work?" And they're like, "Yeah, absolutely." Then I got scared. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I should quit. What should I do? I did the age-old thing that everybody does. I started asking everybody, "Hey, Mom, what do you think I should do? Should I quit my job?" "Well, no, you shouldn't do that." "Hey, neighbor, hey, best friend, what should I do? Should I quit my job?" What? I started asking everybody what I should do, and nobody's going to give you the answer, especially like I started asking some entrepreneurs, and they gave me really good answers, kind of like Mick would. "I can't tell you what to do, but I think you'll be successful whatever you choose." And so as luck would happen, we didn't quit. We came back to St. Louis, then Hale and Sydney. And so I called over in Australia, and they were like, well, look, mate, you know, if you'd came over, you know, if you'd quit last week and come over, it'd been fine. But now, you know, you got a 4-year visa still. You haven't left the Wiz. If you quit now and then come over, it's going to put me in a pickle. And I go, you know what? I got like 6 months left on my 4-year visa. I had a 4-year visa as well. I was like, I'm just going to go over there this one last trip. We're going to ride it out. And, you know, then the Camel Toe Massacre.
Because I wanted to quit. And he's like,
And-
all right, one more time. One more
And
Australia
Kayla
trip.
goes, if we would have quit and came over here by ourselves, we'd be working alone like Matt, and we wouldn't have been involved in all this. And I felt like a big pussy. I was like, I did not have the balls to quit. But, you know, you rationalize it. Well, it's a free trip to Australia. We're going to make decent money. So what we did is we started stockpiling cash, because my thought process was, I'm going to stockpile enough cash for me and Kayla that we're going to quit when we get home. And I didn't have a business model. So I go, well, this will last us till we get on our feet, you know, because like I studied a lot of business things and no idea what I was going to do. So we came home, still didn't quit. I was still too scared. We were like 3 weeks later, I call Randy and Chris Price. We go have a meal. I tell them, hey, you know, we're going to quit. And Randy's like, I kind of knew that you guys were going to quit. He was more than accommodating. I'm pretty sure he even paid the bill for the restaurant.
Yes.
Even though we invited him. And he wished us well. He goes, you know, anything I can do for you, boom, boom, boom. So that week I had another, like, not a mental breakdown, but I'm like, what am I doing here? Like, I just quit my job. Kayla quit her job. We got no health insurance. We got no steady paycheck. So I go, you know what? I'm going to take 1 week where I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to worry about anything. I'm just going to take 1 week off. And after that 1 week, I'm like, all right, Monday morning, 8 o'clock, boom, start calling all my contacts. Hey, I left. I'm on my own. If I can ever do anything for you, please let me know. Boom, 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 boom. Found 2 or 3 dent jobs. Found 2 or 3 more. Before I knew it, I had a week's worth of dent work. Then I had 2 weeks. Then I found a couple hail cars. And then we started rolling with it. And it's funny how the dent business works. You know, everybody thinks that you're like competition. And I had that mindset when I was a corporate employee. Matt, if you were independent and I was a corporate tech, you're my competition.
Dent Wizard's really good at reinforcing that.
Yes. But what I found out is when you become an entrepreneur, the other entrepreneurs are not your competition. They're your teammates. And you can help each other to succeed. You know, what is that saying? A rising tide raises all ships. I called Jeff Davis. You know Jeff. Jeff's been in the PDR game for a long time, knows a lot of people. I know he'd quit Dent Wizard a long time before, and a lot of dudes had quit and never came back. So, and Jeff had told me a lot of times, Dave, you'll be successful, just go on your own. Well, I didn't have the balls. So now I'm on my own. I call Jeff, do you know anybody that's looking for work? He's always kind of working because he's just tied in with everybody. But he goes, call this dude. His name's Scott Freeby. He's out in Detroit. He used to be a Dent Wizard manager. He owns his own company. It just hailed there. He's looking for some reputable guys. He's a local guy, so he doesn't know a lot of hail people. He needs somebody that can help him out. So I called Scott Freeby, and I didn't even know the guy. We had a real brief conversation, kind of gave me a rundown on the job. It was Genesis Cadillac was the dealership. And I remember that because it was like Detroit's a crazy town to work at. We were working right on 9 Mile. So, like, when you're on the left side of 9 Mile, you're fine. You go to the right side of 9 Mile, and, like, everything's bulletproof glass. And so we go to work at this dealership, and we worked 8 weeks there. Free reign to just run the shop, and it worked out great. And it was like we made, in 8 weeks, what it would have taken me probably 6 months to make it Dent Wizard in a corporate job. And that's when I was realized, like, whoa.
In a zero-stress environment.
Zero-stress environment.
So nice.
The Cadillac dealership was great. The dude that ran it, what was his name? Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra, yeah.
What was his name? He was a cool cat.
I've heard of that guy.
Yeah, no relation.
Oh,
Different guy. This guy was like in his 20s. But low-stress environment. Scott Freeby, we didn't even see him till like the 4th day. He came through, you know, get to know each other. He was super cool. He wound up taking us out on his boat with his wife, and there was another guy, Joe Dornkamp. We met Joe on the boat, and it just opened my eyes to, like, we're all entrepreneurs. We're not adversaries. We're all have the same goal and work together. And that job that Jeff turned me on to, that Scott took a chance on us, really solidified that, hey, I can become an entrepreneur. It's okay. It's okay to not have a job a job that you can work with other people, and like that solidified it. And we did 8 weeks in Detroit. We came home. That was the end of the season in 19, and then boom, 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 COVID. Uh-oh. Oh shit. What do you do now? Like, we're not employees. We're not getting furloughed in unemployment. We don't have health insurance. We don't have any, like, there's nobody to call, right? And we can't even get any subsidies because we're not employees. You know, we're just shit out of luck, right? March 27th, 2020, we wake up at 2 a.m. to the pitter-patter of hail on our roof. I was like, oh shit, is this going to go? And then boom, 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 starts coming down, dude. It's
We're
just
dancing.
boom.
We're dancing at 3 a.m. Yeah.
It's 3 a.m. We're like, yeah. So the next day we go outside. We lived in a pretty cool neighborhood called Newtown of St. Charles. It was like a neighborhood where it's like canals and waterways and shops and parks. And
This is in the St. Louis area
it
still?
is. It's in the suburbs.
Okay.
And we go out looking at cars, and everybody's got hail damage. Holy smokes. So
And it's nice hail damage.
it's nice.
It's perfect.
It's hail damage that you don't notice at first until you look at it, and then you go, what? And so we didn't have a website. We didn't have T-shirts. I don't even know if I had business cards at that point.
But we had a whole lot of neighbors that knew us for years. And, I can just walk down, drop my
Yes.
car off, walk back to my home during COVID. This is awesome.
So Kayla's very
It just worked out.
Kayla's very artistic. So she created a sheet. It was just essentially a photo of us, a brief description of what we do, and then little pull tabs with my phone number on it. And we hung them up in the mail rooms. And then, like magic, the phone started ringing. And I was like, whoa. And in this neighborhood, it's a golf cart community. So, like, a husband and wife, husband come over in his car, wife follow behind him in the golf cart, they drop it off. It's COVID, so, like, obviously, think about what you think about it now, but then it was kind of scary. You don't know what's going on. Like, let's be safe. So we got the overhead garage. This is at our house. We got the overhead garage door open, the back garage door open, plenty of airflow. People come in, just staying 5-6 feet apart, talk about the car. And then Mobile Tech RX had just kind of like, was kind of new to me at the time. And I pride myself in writing proper hail estimates, not legitimate hail, at writing legitimate hail estimates. Ones that if you're the insurance adjuster, you're going to come out and I'm going to prove to you that this is what it is. And if you take proper pictures and documentation, usually they don't even come out. But back then, it was kind of on the wall, like, are we going to send adjusters out, are we not? But you can take so many detailed photos with Mobile Tech RX and do a proper estimate and I was just doing, if it was an Allstate, I write it in Allstate's chart, because I'm like, well, save a lot of time and energy. So they were just approving these cars over the phone. And I don't like to hold people's cars, so I would have them come over, write the estimate, get all the documentation, tell them what was going on, upload to the insurance company. 2-3 days later, get approved. I call the customer back. Yep, you're ready for drop off. I'd have them sign paperwork saying that I can legally work on their car. I may pull paint, may need a supplement. Just little things like that, just to kind of protect everybody involved. And bam, we were off and running. Our neighbor was our first customer, and we did 9 months right from the house.
No
during
way.
COVID.
During COVID.
So here's the funny thing. Now that I'm an entrepreneur, I know how to, like you mentioned with Gene Fetty, that you're kind of in the box and you work in that system in the box. So I'm real good at working inside the box, but then I'm also good at stepping outside and working kind of as an outlier. One of my customers was a Lincoln Mercury dealership, and I went there, and it was like COVID wasn't even happening. Like, they're full on busy. Everybody's doing shit in there. I'm like, what is going on? I asked the manager, I go, how are you guys still operating? Like, they're closing down coffee shops. And he goes, we're essential workers. We're in the automotive industry. I go, really? He goes, yeah. He goes, look at this. So he slides over a piece of paper, and it's a legal document that says it's from the owner of this dealership that says, such and such is my manager. He's an essential worker for the police if he got pulled over. He's an essential worker. Let him, go about his business. I go, can I get a copy of that? So I had my company's CEO write a letter to its 2 employees that, hey, we're essential workers.
Right.
And that COVID doesn't apply to us, essentially. It was legally more than that.
Sure.
So, we're entrepreneurs, so like we can't stop working. So we kept working and never had any problems or anything like that. But it just solidified that like sometimes you got to kind of go outside the box and go your own way a little bit.
You got to make stuff happen.
If
we
we
got to
would've-
make it happen.
If we would have stayed home and been like, well, we're not employees, we can't collect unemployment, we're not disabled, we don't qualify for food stamp, like we literally would have just stayed there and exhausted our resources
Yeah.
until we did qualify for government benefits. So I'm like, well, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Like how everything ties back in. I'm a teenager. I'm doing unsavory things. Like that taught me to, I don't want to say like break the law or anything like that, but sometimes you got to make your own rules and follow them in life, as long as you're not hurting anybody or
Bend the rules, maybe, or
not even bend them. Like we were legitimate. We're in the car business. We're legitimate essential workers,
But you're making stuff happen. When
Yeah.
you're an entrepreneur, you have to make
You
it
have
happen.
to. You have to.
And if you notice, most doctors, I'm calling out the doctors, they do not think rules apply to them. They'll
100%.
park in a parking spot at, like at a store.
Yeah.
I'll only be a minute. It's like
Yeah.
they're just used to, well, I'm a doctor, like
Yeah.
it'll be fine. And they just do stuff.
One thing I noticed about the corporate world, and this would apply to doctors and such like that, but when you're in the corporate world, there's an employer and an employee relationship, which essentially goes back to the teacher and the student relationship, which basically goes back to mom and dad and the child relationship. So I feel like a lot of people, when you're in the corporate structure, you feel like your boss is like your parental figure, and they kind of look at you as like the child figure. When I would go and because over the years I've been in a lot of business meetings, and before I became an entrepreneur, people would think I was like the dude, like that I'm the CEO or somebody. And as soon as they'd find out I was just like an employee, the whole atmosphere would change. And it's like, oh, he's not the point man, like. But then when you become an entrepreneur, you get into different conversations like, hey, come be on our podcast, come do this. Hey, let's, collaborate together. And then it's less of a parent-child relationship or employer-employee. And it's more, we're all entrepreneurs. Let's collaborate. Let's make something happen that maybe hasn't been made before. Matt's a great example with the Dent Slayer tools. These tools didn't exist. That logo, the glue, all the stuff behind us, like you made that happen, Now, you didn't do it on your own. Like if you wouldn't have seen other tools and been like, man, these are these tools, but I can make my own and I can make them better. And like, case in point, hey, instead of slide hammering with your shoulder, use your tricep. Like you have been around long enough to where you start to formulate your own opinions, ideas, and now your products. And like you're an exceptional entrepreneur because not only do you run a service-based business, but you also run a product-based business, which is like, it's fantastic. Not many people can do that. You're either selling a service or selling a product. I didn't get that for a long time. When I was a teenager, I was trying to sell products. Then I went in the corporate world and I'm trying to sell a service. And then now I'm an entrepreneur going, well, I can do many things. You can become an investor. You can. Robert Kiyosaki, I don't know if you guys ever. I'm real big into self-development. And
Rich
things
Dad,
like that.
Poor Dad guy.
100%. So Robert Kiyosaki, for those who don't know, he wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It's like the Bible for investors and financial guys. He essentially says there's 4 quadrants that you can be a part of. You can be an employee, you can be self-employed, you can be a business owner, you can be an investor. And most people spend their whole lives as an employee and never move to those other quadrants. When you become an investor, you realize that you can use your money to create time freedom, and you can actually use your money to grow for you to make more money for you. You were an employee, then you became self-employed. Now you're a business owner because you have employees, and you're also an investor. Where we're not going to get into like personal investment, what you and your family do. These tools are your investment. Like you can buy stock in Apple company, or you can buy stock in Spring Steel, meaning you can buy this.
yeah, actual inventory.
Actual inventory. That's your actual real live investment behind us. You know, so you've moved through all 4 quadrants of these. And I remember speaking with you back in Sydney, and we were both like, wanted to be entrepreneurs and wanted to do our own thing, but like didn't really know how to do it because we hadn't done it. And I remember like we kind of talked about it, but it was just like, it's just like riding a bike. You can watch somebody ride a bike, but until you get on and learn how to do it, maybe fall down a couple times, you don't really learn how to ride a bike. But then once you learn how to ride a bike, boom, nobody can take that away from you. You know how to do that all the time. And then you can repeat that. You can show your kids how to ride the proverbial bike or fix dents or sell tools. So I feel like most people get stuck in just the employee, you know, like
What were the 4 quadrants again?
employee, self-employed, business owner, and investor. So a self-employed guy would be somebody like, okay, like you can go into the dent business by yourself. But if you don't structure it like a company, you're missing out on the benefits of being a business owner. Now, I'm going to preface this with I'm not a CPA, and I'm not going to give financial advice on this, and I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
Entertainment purposes only.
Entertainment purposes only, and whatever I say now, I could be wrong about, and they could change at the time that the audience is listening to this. If you structure an LLC, when that body shop guy came to me and said, Dave, I want you to do this job, and I want you to do it for yourself, and I had to start an LLC, what I realized is, okay, now I'm a business owner. So if I need a cell phone for that business, that cell phone is now tax deductible. That monthly payment of that cell phone is now tax deductible. If I have a vehicle, if I need gas, if I need car insurance, if I need to buy tools, if I need to buy special clothing for this job, if I need to buy headphones to do a podcast, all that stuff becomes a tax deduction, and you don't get that as self-employed. But you do that when you structure properly in an LLC, or when you go, when you start making money and you become an S Corp, which is a different topic for a different subject. Then you get tax breaks. And people always go, oh, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Well, rich people are investing in themselves. They're buying tools to sell and to make. Poor people are just buying the tool, and then that's it. And largely, I say poor people, that's like I don't mean to downgrade anybody that's like an employee or anything, but like when I was an employee with Dent Wizard, I would get my pay. Human resources would take whatever they wanted, whatever they took out of it for taxes, and then I would get what's left over, and then I'd buy the tool. But as a business owner, I get paid, then I buy the tool, then I pay taxes on what's left over. So it's a different structure.
Yeah.
People don't understand that. And you don't have to quit your job to be a business owner. Like when I was nights and weekends, I remember going to my CPA and like, I go, well, what do I owe in taxes? He goes, well, you don't know anything for this business. I go, how come? He goes, because you reinvested it all back into your tools and your supplies. So anybody out there, I think that everybody would be wise to research what it's like to be a business owner and maybe start your own side hustle. So like you, Matt, Kayla also has a lot of side hustles. Kayla makes jewelry on the side. She is very artistic, just like yourself. You got to be artistic to literally create something. Like those tools were a thought in your mind, and you took action to bring them to market. And now you can hand me a tool, go, look at this, and I can touch it, hold it, feel it. But that all started out as a thought in your mind. Just like when Kayla makes her jewelry, it starts out with a thought in her mind, and then boom, there's a finished product that somebody can hold and touch and feel. And like, that's fantastic. And that's, everybody has that ability. It's our human creativity that allows us to do that. And I feel that a lot of people, just like myself, I didn't have enough courage to step outside the box. Everybody should kind of look into stepping outside the box a little bit, getting outside your comfort zone and making something that the world can benefit from. You know, when you go to a job and you're just getting your paycheck, you're the only person that's benefiting from that. But when you're an entrepreneur and you're hiring people and you're giving them a living, not giving them a living, giving them an opportunity, providing an opportunity for them to earn a living, like, that's fantastic. You know what I mean? Like, that takes a lot of guts to take all those steps to go from, gee, Dave, I think maybe I should quit my job, to, hey, Dave, what do you think about these tools? Hey, Dave, what do you want to be? What do you think about this podcast? And like, it all starts with our thoughts. And And I don't mean to take up too much time. When I get on the personal development kick, like it's something I'm really passionate about. And I see potential in people, and I like to, if I could stress to anybody, you have a talent, you have something that the world is looking for that you can share with the world, just like you do with your tools, like Kayla does with her jewelry. James, you're obviously an excellent podcast host, co-host, whatever, like
He does all the media for Dent Slayer.
So
Anything you see online that's Dent Slayer, he's done.
at some point in time, you thought to yourself, well, geez, I really like doing this, but maybe nobody's looking for it. And you probably doubted yourself at some time. And then you started, hey, Matt, let's do a podcast. And then you started doing it.
Matt.
You've probably
I encouraged Matt to do a podcast.
So you've probably done
But continue. You're right.
the first
in general.
The first commercial or video
Yeah.
you ever cut probably wasn't great.
No, bad.
But now they're awesome. Because you're going to get so much better. And as you get better, your confidence builds. And you're sharing something with the world.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't say this at the beginning. I'm very humbled and honored that you would invite us on to be on your show, and to meet you and take me into your family and show me your stuff. That says a lot, about you guys. And I'm just happy and grateful to be a part of the show and share my story as well. So
I wanted to ask you, we talked about this a little bit, and I've talked about this on other podcasts. What do you think is the reason that it was so hard for you to leave Dent Wizard? and let me say, because I know it was hard for him. I know it was hard for me, my brother. Mm-hmm. I know multiple technicians that for some reason it was this impossible thing to envision yourself leaving this company. Whereas other people, where it's like, no, I've quit other companies before. It's no different. And that seems to be the normal, people work these different jobs and they bounce and it's no big deal. But there's just an anomaly of somehow or something that latched onto us almost cult-like, and I'm not meaning that in derogatory. I'm just using it as a reference. Almost cult-like, that keeps you from being able to leave. You can't leave. And it's because of your own decision making you can't leave. It's not like they handcuff you in the back. It's I can't do it. I can't bring myself to walk away from this. What would you attribute? Black Plague PDR Tools. We only partner with sponsors that we believe in and products that we use. Black Plague PDR. Since Keith started making tabs years ago, we've been fans. Black Plague dent and crease tabs are part of our daily kit. They hook up, pull hard, and last a really long time. Find them at deadrattabs.com. And even better, come see Keith at MTE this year and check out some of his new products coming out, including the super straight tabs and his micro tip set.
So I'll tell you exactly what that is. That's your subconscious mind has been programmed to not deviate from the plan, right? For those who don't know how the subconscious mind works, we have a conscious mind and a subconscious mind. So we're consciously talking and doing a podcast right now, but there's subconscious things that are going on behind the scenes that you don't see. All of our hearts are beating right now. All of our blood's flowing. What's doing that? That's our subconscious mind that's running our system. You guys both have laptops. Matt, if you get on your laptop, you're going to pull up your email or Facebook. James, if you get on yours, you're going to pull up your email, Facebook. So your computers are programmed. You program that computer to get on your email. Likewise, you did the same, Matt. Same with our phones. Let's say we all got an iPhone. We all got different numbers, right? It's programmed with a number. Every human being is programmed. Their subconscious mind is programmed. From 0 to 7, you're in a theta state. A theta state is essentially a dreamlike state. That's why children, you can spy on your little girls when they're having a tea party and they're seeing dragons and wizards. And you're like, where are they getting this imagination from? You have this imagination from 0 to 7. Once you're 7, that closes. And whatever was programmed in there from 0 to 7 is going to kind of be your trajectory. So the reason why all of us were programmed to go to school, get good grades, get a good job. Our parents programmed that into us because that was programmed into them because they want to see us succeed. So when you deviate from that program, your conscious mind and your subconscious mind goes like, what? I was programmed to get a job because my parents wanted to see me succeed. They were good parents, you know? So when I'm out on that turnbuckle in Denver, Colorado in the snow, having a mental lapse, it's because my subconscious mind is being questioned. I know I have to leave this. What do I do now? Nobody's programmed into me to be an entrepreneur. So that's where you get the ambivalence, the contradiction of, I know I have to leave, but I can't quit my good job. You know, like, what'll happen to me? That's because we're programmed in. Your subconscious mind rules rules everything essentially.
Yeah, but I can understand that, but it seems like you don't hear guys that work at Home Depot having this conversation.
Sure you do. 100%.
100%.
Maybe not this conversation. I digress. You are correct. 100% they probably aren't. But that same person that's working at Home Depot is going, I don't get paid enough here. This is maybe they love Home Depot, right? But maybe they're going, God, there's got to be something more in life. Am I just going to work at Home Depot for the rest of my life?
Kayla, tell us your
another
thoughts.
take.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
Just being an outsider, seeing, I think it's the security of having a job where you make more money than most if you're good, and you get used to that, and so you have something to lose. I didn't have much to lose. I didn't even have a bed at the time. I'm not going to work at a job, no matter how much money I make, if somebody is making me feel like I'm not worthy of working there. And I think that's it. I really do. I was not scared one bit to leave Dent Wizard because I'd never worked for Dent Wizard and had a good paying job.
Do you think do you think there's any other thing like with the culture that they create?
I think you don't want to let other people down that maybe helped you succeed in Dent Wizard. There's good people that did help you and me along the way, and you don't want to, like, you were so scared to quit and say I quit to Randy Sheridan and Chris Price because you like them both, right? And you felt like you were letting them down.
Yeah.
But nobody at Dent Wizard cared that we left. When we went to turn in our phones, in fact, like
Nobody
not
cared.
one person even said hi to us. So nobody's going to say bye. Nobody cared. And there was a feeling that they did, and they just don't.
There's this perception that there's this family-like
Right.
connection that you have to this company where it's like, I can't walk
You
away
wanna let
from
'em
this.
down.
I don't want to let her down. I can't walk away from this. I'm committed to this thing.
Yeah.
I've got to see this through. I'm not going to ring the bell. I'm not going to be this quitter.
I don't want to seem money hungry because the only reason I'm leaving is because I can make more. That's, I don't know.
It's almost like you're bought into this idea,
Yep.
right? And if you can get someone bought into the idea, then you set that hook.
Sure.
But I know lots of guys like there's hundreds of independent technicians that work for Dent Wizard that maybe not even have this reaction. But I know that there's a sampling of people that do. You were one, I was one, James was one, my brother's one. There's quite a few that we've been on the show that we've talked to that have expressed the same thing. And I've just always been curious because I do think it is unique to. Here's what I think. I think Dent Wizard, if I'm just kind of surveying, Dent Wizard started off great, and we all came in early, and we were all just knuckle dragger, drug dealing kids, who, no offense, I'm saying, but like,
None taken.
but they gave us this path,
Yeah.
and we just straight up, and we were super super grateful, and we got to meet other people who were knuckle dragging drug dealer kids that we somehow escaped that.
Yeah, right.
Right? We we weren't part of the status quo. We got out of that, and now you become, financially pretty secure, and you're doing well, and you kind of and it's this new skill. It's this unique skill. Don't forget, like the skill part of it is is pretty unique. Like there's nothing else.
That's a cult in itself.
There's nothing
To
else
know-
like it.
yeah.
And so like you have this unique skill, you have this unique connection, you know, that I don't have with him, you know, or this random
Yeah,
person.
right.
And so you become part of this culture, this identity. And I think it just becomes really fearful to walk away from that because you kind of find something in that, right? And you don't want to walk away. And you're like, what am I going to have? I'm literally like stepping away from this family.
Yeah, 100%.
And I'm going solo, and I'm not going to have that support structure or whatever that is. And
I think that all boils down to fear. I think as human beings, we're fearful of the unknown, and we want to be safe and secure. Like that's literally like a, you know, goes back to our, you know, evolution. That, you know, if you're out in the woods all alone, you're probably going to die and get ate by an animal. But if you're part of a group and you conform to the group, we can all work together and, you know, conquer the elements. And so now we're not out there fighting the elements and animals, but now we're in a corporate world, and it's no different of a structure, you know, like
I
feel.
had multiple times where I was sitting on the barricade contemplating life. And what am I freaking doing right now? It's late and it's cold. I'm working in a moldy bay, and I'm ready to go postal. I had many of those moments with Dent Wizard. I think everyone does. And I mean, some of us are a little further down that postal, a little bit closer to that. But I mean, I did go postal a few times. I went postal on Randy. I went postal on the one dude in North Carolina. Anyhow, I went postal a few times in Dent Wizard on some Dent Wizard people, and I went through these like up and downs of like, I'm going to quit. I can't quit. No, I'm going to quit. I can't quit. And I just had this roller coaster of knowing what I need to do, but can't do it. Knowing what I need to do, can't do it. And I finally had this, and it was always like, I'm going to quit when I'm mad. Like obviously when you're,
which is the wrong time.
which is the wrong time. And I told myself like, okay, if I'm going to quit, I made a promise to myself. I'm never going to quit when I'm angry or pissed off or on the bad job. Don't quit on the bad job. If you're going to quit, quit on the good job, meaning because at least you know your mind will be at the place where you can make that decision. Mm-hmm. Because if you're on the bad job, you're emotional, you're mad, you're whatever it is, it's probably not the right time. And so I made a promise to myself, don't quit angry. And through all those emotions, you know, because then it gets, so I'm like, oh, I'm angry. Well, I made a promise, not going to quit. And then it gets cool and everybody's saying it. Like you get on this good gig. And it's like, oh, I'm not even thinking about quitting. And then I only thought about quitting when it would be bad. So it just prolonged this thing for me that I just couldn't quit because I made this promise not to quit angry. And when I'm fine, I'm fine. And so I was literally sitting in my backyard one day. This is right after I got back from Australia. Actually, I went to Colorado. I was there for quite a while, and I came back, and my wife loves security. I mean, I think a lot of women do, which is not unique to her, but like I talked to her about quitting before, and it was like, no way. We need this thing. There's no way you can walk away from this. I was making really good money, had benefits, insurance, previous conditions with some of my kids with some health things, and so I was like, I have to be here. So my wife quitting was never an option. And so I think I was sitting in my backyard, and it was end of the season. I'm staring at my palm trees and looking at my pool. We just renovated my house, and everything's good. Like no drama.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm at
That's
peace.
the worst part. It's all good, but it's bad.
Well, I was totally at peace. I was totally at peace, and I'm just like, I think I'm ready to quit.
Now's the time.
And I was like, I said that to myself just to kind of test it. Like,
what's my subconscious mind going to
yeah,
do?
like, I think I'm ready to quit. And I'm like, nothing's coming back. And like, don't, you know, and I was like, and so I walked inside and I was like, hey, I think it's time to quit. She's like, yeah, I've been praying about that. I think it's time too. And I was like, wow. Okay. And so I called Randy immediately. And well, I waited till the end of the year because of for the fiscal year. I waited till like the December 30th, and then I quit so that January 1st would be a fiscal year, and I would start, and that worked out with all my benefits and whatever. Whether it did or not, that was just my plan. And so I waited till the end of the year and called Randy on January 1st and said I'm done, and totally at peace. And then COVID hit.
Wah, wah, wah.
Right after I went on my own.
Oh my God, what do I do?
Sign a lease on a building. Yeah.
So all that boils down to fear. Like if the Matt that's here today could go back 10 years and go talk to the younger Matt and go, hey, the quicker you get on your own, you're going to have a podcast, and you're going to have multiple shops and a tool line, and you're going to have all these entrepreneur friends. You'd have been like, cool, let's quit now. Let's hurry up and get into it. But you couldn't see the future, so
no,
you can't connect the dots going forward. You can only connect the dots going back. Just like I can tell you how I started off as kind of like a troubled youth, and now I'm here with you guys, and how kind of, all of it ties in.
Sure.
The same way, it ties in with you and you and you. We can go back and connect the dots. But when you have to start from here and now and kind of figure out what are these dots, how are they going to connect in the future? And nobody can answer that for you, so you have fear, like, where am I going to be? I can guarantee you, if you wouldn't have quit your corporate job, none of us would be here right now doing a podcast. I feel like I can guarantee you that. There would be no Dent Slayer podcast if you're an employee of a corporation. You're not starting your own, you can't, what does it say in the Bible? You can't serve two masters. You love one and hate the other. So that's what you were doing with the corporate job. It wasn't Dent Wizard. You wanted to be your own master, so to speak. So you started to hate where you were at.
Dude, I fought it. I fought it so hard. Like when I was with Dent Wizard, I felt like I loved what I did, but I felt like I wanted to do more.
Right.
And I felt like, and this isn't I will say lots of offensive things about Dent Wizard, but this is not one. Yeah, what I'm about to say was like Dent Wizard just wants you to be the employee. They don't want you starting podcasts and developing your tool line. They don't need that. They want you to just be a good employee and do the job. And I understand that. And I was trying to be a good employee and do the job, but I had all these other things that I wanted to do that was pulling me and adding frustration. And I felt this tug of like, you need to do more, but Dent Wizard doesn't want me to do more. They're not facilitating it. They're not allowing me to do more, and that really culminated in Denver for me, which is a whole nother story. When I was in Denver, and I won't go into it, but like that's when I realized, okay, this ship is headed in this direction. I tried changing the direction of this ship. It's not going to change. I just need to find another ship.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing wrong with that. No. I'm just on the wrong ship. It got me thus far. It's just time to switch ships.
And sometimes you just outgrow things. Like,
yes.
Obviously, we've said a lot of things about the experiences we had with Dent Wizard, albeit on this podcast, a lot of them bad. But, there was a lot of good experiences that we had, too.
Yes.
And sometimes...
Way more good.
Way more good, you know? And when you look at, like, the Dent Wizard experience, the good things that you remember are the people that you collaborated with. So any corporation is just a building with a name on it. It's the people inside that make it happen. And that's who you have the camaraderie with and the good experiences with. So you can say all day long, like, this company did this or they didn't do this, and kind of alleviate your frustrations on that company. But it's really the people that did either good to you or bad to you that you're like, oh, that was kind of sideways shit, And then when enough people do enough sideways shit to you, you go, okay, I got to either sit here and take it, or I got to have somebody go, I've quit better jobs than this. You know? But it's that fear of the unknown. Like, when she told me that, I was like, my thing is, when somebody tells me I can't do something, I have to do it. I have to prove you wrong. Not an ego thing. I won't even tell you I'm proving you wrong. But like, once I make up my mind to something, I have to do it. And it took me to make up my mind that I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I may fall flat on my face and go flat broke doing it, but I'm going to do it. And I have to do it. I have to do it because there's this thing tugging at me, and this thing is never going to stop tugging at me until I find out what is on the other side. And when you find out what's on the other side, you go, wow, this isn't scary as I thought it was. And then it's important for you to go back to those people and go, hey, here's an option. Now, I digress. I don't mean to say you need to tell people what to do. But when you go back to the Matts of yesterday, if you had had a mentor that said, hey, fella, I run a tool company and I think we could collaborate, you'd be like, wow, that's an option? You didn't even know that tool manufacturing was an option at that time. Now you know it is. And now when other people have ideas from tools, you can go, hey, James, that's a good idea you got. Let's collaborate on this new tool, or whatever it is. Let's collaborate on this podcast. So it's important to go back to other people and tell them that you have other options. And what's keeping you stuck, if you're feeling like there's more in life than this, there's something pulling at your heartstrings going, there is something more than this. You're meant to do greater things. And that might be your future self pulling at your current self going, hey, you should really, come over to this side or whatever it is. Like the dude working at a Home Depot that wants to work at Lowe's, like, well, quit and go work at Lowe's. If it doesn't work, go back to Home Depot or Ace Hardware.
That would be my best advice. Like, I think we went over this when we were in Colorado. We were like crying alone in that Airbnb with our cat, and
don't tell people I get emotional.
You really don't, but I think what helps is you ask yourself what the worst scenario could be, and then you ask yourself what the best possible outcome could be of your decision. And that usually is your telltale sign. Like, it tells you right what you want to do. If that's the best possible outcome, then do that. What's the worst? Are you going to die? Probably not. So do it.
I think any company that someone makes, by definition, there's going to be walls, right? Because they're making something. It's not this. This is what it is.
Yep.
This is the system that we're making. And then you come into that system and there's just unlimited opportunity, right? As far as you can see. But eventually, if you keep growing, you're going to hit a wall that's there. There's walls everywhere.
Yep.
But you don't know that at first because it's just unlimited opportunity, potential growth. But eventually you have to hit a wall.
Yep.
And then you have to decide, am I okay living in these walls that I didn't know were there, but I'm hitting them now? Am I cool living here? Or do I want to go outside of these walls? But anybody that makes anything, there has to be those walls that eventually someone's going to hit it and have to decide, okay, this is Dave's company. He gets to decide where the walls are. Can I live in this, or do I need to go make my own with what I know now? Yeah. So it's not like it's a bad company, right? They just somebody's got to decide where the walls are, and somebody's got to make the rules and make the system. And there's a ton of people that benefit from it, but eventually you got to decide: do I belong in here, or do I need to go make my own?
Yeah, we benefited greatly from it. I mean, we went through all those experiences. We wouldn't be doing what we do now.
That's a really good analogy you just created. That 100%.
And I think going through the Dent Wizard experience for me, like, there's so much value that it gave to me, that essentially, like, I'm a kind of the kind of guy who doesn't regret anything I did in the past, even the bad stuff, meaning, like, I see that it got me here. Yeah. So if I were to go back to the future in my DeLorean and take that out, I wouldn't be here. So it has to exist in order for me to be here where I'm at today. And so I'm okay with it. I'm not proud of it, but I'm okay that happened because
it's just what happened.
Yeah. Just what happened. And I got me here today. And so I think it's just part of the story that got me here, where I think a lot of people, thank God I have nothing like tragic that I regret in my life. Like, wasn't sexually abused or anything weird. And I'm sure that's something that people would regret. And so it's hard to overcome. I could understand those types of things. But, like, if you're talking about, you did this or that and you skipped school and you whatever, all these little things, dropped out. I dropped out at high school. I'm not proud of that. Like I want to wear a name tag or get a plaque that I like a reverse diploma. I don't want that. But like, I'm not ashamed of it because that was just
part of the journey.
This is just part of the journey that I'm here. Like I like, and so I'm okay with it. And I think that if I look back at through the journey and that the journey came through the Dent Wizard organization, that only added to where I'm at today, right? It gave me the opportunity to go to Australia. And I think as a technician, the best lessons I learned were in Australia. Some of them, like if I could, like the highlights would be in Australia. And I wouldn't have had those opportunities had I not gone the Dent Wizard journey, you know? Even knowing, you know, as far as running my business now, what kind of employer boss I want to be, I kind of weigh that against what I learned from Dent Wizard, what I liked and disliked.
Yeah.
Like what I want to do like them, what I want to emulate, and what I want to, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it this way. Not that it's wrong, but it's just I have a difference of opinion that I want to do it. So I think it's only helped shape me into what I am now. And so for all of that, I'm super grateful. And there's a lot of tremendous people I've met. I mean, I met you guys through there.
Yeah.
Met James through there.
No.
Well, yeah.
That's not true.
Well, part of our journey 100% was through there.
Yeah.
We probably would.
You're how I got into
Okay.
PDR.
So, but met some tremendous people through that, and I think it's only brought value to my life in an amazing way, and I wouldn't change it any other way other than 19 when I quit.
So we're talking about that whole sense of family when you're a part of a big company, you're part of this family, part of this group. Well, just so happens there is this thing that you can go to that helps you meet people in our industry, and they are a new sponsor of ours, Mobile Tech Expo, coming up in January. And if you've never been, you're crazy. You need to go, and then what happens is, yes, you get to see all these tool vendors. You put the tools in your hand. You get to go to these education days and learn things. But what the best, I would say, would y'all agree? Mm-hmm. The best part of it is you meet people that the relationships end up being very valuable, and that becomes kind of like your work family. Yeah. Even though you're just a, solopreneur or whatever on your own.
You get to meet other entrepreneurs and other people, and if you're wise, you learn from other people. What are they doing good? What are they doing bad? Just like you said, Matt, like you're going to run your company, you're going to do certain things that you learned, and some things you're not. So I always like going to Mobile Tech Expo. I think it's fantastic. I like getting all the new tools and like seeing all the new innovation. And then when you go there, it's kind of a neutral ground too, because you're not there. I hate to use the word competing.
Yeah, it's not competitive.
You're there
unless you're in the competition,
and then it's competing.
Dog eat.
Barring
dog.
that, if we're just there visiting, it's not competitive. Yeah.
Once you step in the ring,
but
then you step out of the ring, it's good.
Yeah. I know we're probably getting close to the end here on this podcast, but I wanted to share a story that I haven't told you. And we've kind of touched on this, like this metaphysical thing, this kind of spiritual thing that goes along in the background that we don't always notice. Our thoughts kind of create our reality. And this is just a really unique story I wanted to share with you. So you were talking about your tools online. There was a post on Facebook about some tools, tool manufacturers in general. And some of these PDR technicians were saying, the tools that the PDR companies are making now are great. And then there were some people in there that said, these tools I think the comment was the tool companies are ripping us off. And the reason why they thought that is because they've been anchored to the tool price that it is online. And then Temu shows up and says, hey, instead of buying that $100 rod from A1, Temu will send it to sell to you for $9.95. And people are going, we're getting ripped off. They're charging us $100 when we get it for $9.95 for Temu. Like, that's a terrible way to look at things in life, right? And so I made a comment. I know we're going to kind of segue into, what was that gentleman's name?
Danny Hacker.
Danny Hacker. So there's a guy named Danny Hacker. I'd made a comment on there, and I just kind of, I won't be too eloquent, and I'll paraphrase, but Matt, when you make your tools, I see a finished product. That's all I see. And maybe all I see is price. But if I look deeper into it, I realize that your heart and soul went into these tools. These were an idea that you had in your mind that you started to fabricate, maybe on your own in your garage, and you went through a certain process of this works, that doesn't work. Let's use this metal. Let's use this material. And it whittled it down to like a final product that you then made and sent out. And then people go, hey, this would be great if you put a double bend here, or this doesn't work. And then you retool it. And then you finally get this product that everybody can use, like this hammer in front of us, the Dent Slayer hammer. It's got a epoxy skull, that fits good in your hand. Like, that's fantastic. That didn't happen other than in your mind first. You had that idea, and then it came to fruition. So I just kind of made a post on Facebook that, like, if you're an American technician, nobody likes to get undercut in their route. If you charge $100 a panel and I come in and going, well, I'll fix them for $20 a car, you're not going to compete with that. And you're going to be like, Dave's an asshole. We're getting $100 a panel. He's doing whole cars for $20. So I'd be like the Temu of dent guys. I'm going to undercut you to get $20 a car. And then Kayla's going to come in and go, well, I'll do it for $15, and it's a race to the bottom. And I just, made a comment that, these tool companies put a lot of heart and soul, a lot of redefinement. When a Chinese company rips you off and then undercuts your product, they can do that because they're not having to do the research and development. They're not having to make something from scratch. They're just going to buy a product, copy it, and now they have none of that cost involved, and then they're going to sell it on Temu. If you're an American technician buying Chinese anything, in my opinion, from Temu, you're an asshole. Like, point blank, you're an asshole. Quit buying from Temu. The reason why, like, the big thing now is, well, in the 60s, a man could go to work and feed his whole family. Well, yeah, because he went to an American factory. But now we're hooked on cheap Chinese crap, so there's no more American factories because we're all buying shit from Walmart. Like, if you're an American technician, buy American tools from an American manufacturer like Matt, like A1, like Kiko. Danny Hacker, I believe, is from Kiko.
Yeah.
And I just made a post on there, and Danny kind of chimed in. He's like, hey, shot me a message. Well, I vet everybody. So Matt was the first one I called. I'm like, this dude? Before I messaged him back, he said, yeah, he's a good guy. He's legit. So I called him or messaged him, and he said, I'd like to send you a box. Where can I send it? And I go, well, send it to Matt's because I'm going to be down in St. Augustine in the near future. Now, I think we're going to do an unboxing real quick and give Danny a shout out. I got my box here. We're going to open it up, but I just want to reiterate and kind of close that everything starts in the mind. When that guy sent me that message, I didn't even ask you, Matt, if I could send it here. I knew you'd be cool with it. And I said, well, just send it to Matt. You got his address. We're full-time RVers, so we're like all over the place. So it shows up. Well, in the meantime, I saw one of your podcasts. I think it was Gene Fetty. And I go, man, I wonder if I could be on Matt's podcast. I never said anything to you. I never expressed that interest. I was in Jacksonville, Florida a week ago at a Topgolf, and you called me. Hey, I got a package here, Danny. And also, I'd like to invite you to be on my podcast. Now, what made you call me that day that I happened to be in Jacksonville, Florida, in your hometown? I didn't let you know I was in Jacksonville, but you sensed something, and it was the package showing up. I'm going to call Dave, and I happen to be 10 minutes down the road. And then I'm thinking, man, that'd be cool to be on Matt's podcast, 3 weeks ago. And then you asked me, you want to come on my podcast? So, like, everything starts in our minds and becomes reality. So we give birth to our thoughts. So it's really important to guard your mind on what you think about. So we've made this point today, kind of roundabout how we think about corporate environments and how we think about being an entrepreneur. And none of us knew entrepreneurship was possible until we started thinking about it. And then we started meeting other people that had thought about it. And then it slowly has become a reality for all four of us, which has brought us here today. And I just want to remind everybody that, our thoughts become our realities. So if you're feeding your mind with Temu thoughts, you're going to have a Temu life. If you're feeding your mind with high quality
Dent Slayer
thoughts,
stuff.
if you're feeding your mind with Dent Slayer thoughts, you are going to experience a Dent Slayer reality. And one day you may be on the Dent Slayer podcast.
Yeah.
Wow.
Think about what you want.
Yeah.
Not
And
what
you
don't
really
want.
made it.
And then the doors really open up for you. You want me to crack this box open, see what we got here?
Yeah, but
You got
before you
anything to
do,
add on
I
that?
want to say something about you said you're talking about how the tool starts, the creative, and it starts in my mind.
Yeah.
Before it starts there, this is probably where she could attest to some of this. Like before it starts as a invisible item, because now I have a tangible thing, but at some point it turns into this invisible thing, like that I want to now make into a visible
Yeah.
thing. But before that happens, there's something else that happens, which is a need for this thing, right? So the need is the important thing. The rest is just the path, but the need is, let's just say, the conception.
You have to be aware that there is a need, and you're very in tune to being aware of the need. I'm not aware of any needs that guys need PDR tools. I don't know anything about PDR tools. Like,
So what I want
well,
to,
you are.
but what I
So
want
you're
to,
more intuitive in that area.
I think, and I'm not saying this to me, I'm just talking. So but I think that great tools come from that conception, that
I see.
first part. Meaning that didn't start with, how can I get Dent guys money? That wasn't my thought, was how can I get more people to send me money? Like that, and let me make this tool.
Yeah.
Like that would be to me like an impure thought about that. Like it started with, here's a need that I think other people can benefit from. And then once I can form that need in my head, then it starts turning into an invisible object in my head. Like, okay, if I make it have this and this, and then it turns into a tangible thing, right? And maybe it works out and it's good. Maybe it's crap and it gets thrown in the scrap bin. But what I want to say is there are lots of people who can start after the conception
Yeah.
and build all these tools.
The T-moves. Let's fleece these guys out of money.
And I mean, I'm being legit. Like anybody can replicate these things. That's not hard. I mean, there's a skill to it and there's a craft to it given, but there are multiple ways to do that. But very few people, I think, can get that conception part, right? Or are looking for that conception part. And that is what you are paying for, or that is what you are supporting when you buy my stuff, is for me to continue going down that path, right?
Yeah. And you're going to continue to make tools that serve people's needs.
Because if you start at the Temu, you're missing
Yeah.
the origin of life of the tool, right? They can only clone it. They can't conceive it. And so when you're, and that's just not Dent Slayer tools. That's any great tool builders.
Yeah.
I mean, with Kiko or any of them, like it has to have that conception. And then that conception, there's a lot of time, resources, blood, sweat, energy to get it to a crude thing. And then the whole other process to get it to a sellable thing. But I think the spark of life is that conception part that is hard to capture.
And if we're talking dent guys, the dent guys that realize that spark of life is in that tool right there and appreciate that and will pay a fair price for it are the people that succeed in this business. And the people that just are the Temu guys going, let me smash through these cars real quick so I can make as much money as possible. Or let me buy this tool for $9.95 instead of $100. Those are the guys that don't last long
It's hard
in
to
the
keep
business.
that up, yeah.
you don't last long in the business by just looking at the bottom dollar menu. Kangaroo, what?
Yeah.
They're looking at the bottom dollar. When you go, I got 10 guys here, I could build a camaraderie that we could
Can you imagine the story that you'd be telling right now had that happened differently? Instead of going to the pizza place, he sat you down and said, "Hey, man,
all you
we
had
did
to do,
you wrong. I'm gonna like."
They could have sat us down, stroked our ego. We really appreciate all you guys. We're going to give you the $5,000 back. We'd like to pay for your meal. We're happy and appreciative and grateful that you're here working for us. We hope you never leave. Would have never left.
Yeah.
Would have never been an entrepreneur. I'd have been like, man, they really love me at this company. They really take care of me. I can't leave now. But when you get the Temu going, I'm not paying $50 for Kangaroo. We're giving you $9 pizza. Okay. I'll go on my own. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've built millions of dollars since we've left Dent Wizard. That could have been their money. Millions. You have too. You know what I mean?
I mean, there's hundreds of technicians around the country who have a similar story, you know, and again, maybe that's the walls that Dent Wizard has built. That's their box that they want, and they're allowed to do that. And I don't want to, I don't want to hate on them.
Me neither. Even though it sounds like it, I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like we can have our own feelings about it, but like that's what they've just, and we should be thankful that it almost pushed us out to do our own thing, because that's where we're sitting on the other side of it, you know.
And we could talk about it and, you know, dissect it, because we get to decide how we're going to do it with our own companies. That's the cool thing.
We could make our own boxes, and you could expand your box to fit other people in it, you know. And
hey, speaking of box, let's open your box.
Another tip real quick while he opens this box.
Yeah.
For people that have shoulder pain, I've noticed that hanging has relieved a lot of my pain. And when I don't hang, I have more tendonitis pain than normal.
So
anybody
like hang
out there
from like a pull-up bar?
Yeah, pull-up bar or those rings, just whatever. Just sit there and just let your body hang. And
I've wanted to, and I haven't done it. I wanted to buy an inversion table for here for my shop.
Yeah.
I don't know that it
hang by your ankles.
They have some nice ones now. Like my brother has a really nice one.
I've heard that that can actually screw you up,
It can probably.
but I don't know.
dude,
What is it?
I haven't even opened it yet, but I got a pretty good idea. So I'm a sucker for limited edition.
Just pick a camera. Doesn't matter. He can adjust you and just show the camera what's in the stuff.
Okay, sticker it first. Do you lift, bro? And then there's a packing slip in here, what tool it is. And I actually don't have this tool. So this is a Robo 60th anniversary white mini dent lifter, limited edition.
Anniversary edition.
Limited edition.
Wow.
Oh, 60-year anniversary and limited edition. So this thing is pretty cool. Let's open it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Use those dent fingers.
Kayla, any more tips that you have on the top of your head?
That's all I got. And if you're not strong like me, leverage is your best friend. Use your legs. Use whatever you can.
Cool. Man, this thing is sweet.
Wow, that's nice.
Okay. Limited edition. It's white in color. They're usually black. And it's got the anodized blue handle. Man, this is cool.
That's a nice one.
Am I going to get to use that?
You will. Wow.
Well, she's the only one that's going to use that.
Yeah.
I like the
You
feet
don't
on
even
this.
know how to glue pull, bro.
She doesn't
I don't,
anymore.
right? So, okay.
It doesn't lift, bro.
I don't.
You need to pass this over to this side of the table, man.
This is cool. So the feet are kind of like a rubberized. I guess they got a rubber coating on it. Check it out.
Explain to him what this tool does, Kayla.
Show me how to use it.
See, what you're supposed to do is get dents out with this thing.
Wow. So this is really cool too. This has got one of the pass-through. It's got you can swap out the teeth on the bottom of the mini lifter to allow for the pass-through tabs. Like the, what do they call those tabs?
The centipede tabs.
Centipedes.
Yeah.
Those swivel legs are
I don't
so
have one of
cool.
these, and I've been wanting to get some of those centipede tabs. Wow, this is really cool. Danny, if you're listening to this, I really appreciate you sending this to me. And I really love anything limited edition. And I will use that
When
in the
we
future.
go back to work, we'll have a video of
When we go-
Kayla using
Yeah,
that.
we'll make a tool review.
You know what I love about that mini lifter is it's easy to use.
It's real lightweight. So Kayla one of the mini lifters I have is real heavy. So like when you're doing rails and your arm's up in a weird spot, it can be awkward on your hand. Whoa.
You know it spins.
Cool. That's fantastic.
I bet that could alleviate me using a slide hammer in some spots where I don't really want to.
So this is cool too, because you can get under like the mirrors of the doors, you know, and on the rail too. Instead of pulling like that, you can.
It's a good one.
Do your thing. This is cool with the spinning like this because, so like a regular mini lifter, if you're doing a rail, your arm can be up in a weird position. Where this, you can ratchet the tool and then put your arm in a comfortable position. Man, this is cool.
You can't really beat that mini lifter.
Man,
cool.
I really like that.
We needed that.
Danny, I appreciate you sending this to me, and I'm honored to let my wife use it in the next
Let my
On the
wife
next
make
rail.
some money for me.
There's your new favorite tabs too. It came with a thing of tabs.
Here you go, Kayla. Check
Cool.
them out.
Nice.
I don't know what does it say. What those are? Dead center.
I'm not sure.
Those are just like some dead center.
White anniversary robo-tabs.
Cool.
Yeah.
I definitely don't have any of those, and we'll put them to good use.
Well, there you go.
Right on.
Danny came through.
Well,
Kiko came through.
you kind of made this
That's
happen
awesome.
too because, I mean, if you weren't a tool producer and you didn't know Danny, I wouldn't have this mini lifter in front of me.
You know where Danny is right now?
Where's that?
He is in Belgium at the advanced training. There's an advanced training seminar going on in Belgium right now. Jonathan
Vanderfontein.
Vanderfontein. And he just took my stand, my panel stand,
Cool.
to Belgium.
No way.
And they have it there at their...
No way.
I don't imagine it's going to come home.
Look, if you're a professional or aspiring PDR tech or detailer or any other recon tech, there's one annual event you cannot miss. Mobile Tech Expo in January in Orlando. Come put your hands on the latest tools, attend the Education Day classes to level up your game, network with others in the industry, and really just have an awesome time spending time with other techs. Bonus tip, you do not want to miss the parties in the evenings. Always a good time. Anyone who is serious about our industry will be there. Don't miss it. Mobile Tech Expo in January in Orlando. We will see you there.
I imagine it's going to be...
So shameless plug, if
Someone's
nobody's
sold
seen
or
this,
bought her.
Matt's got this new stand out. And one thing I've always shied away from is like motorcycle gas tanks. And because I didn't want to buy something to mount just a gas tank because I don't do them very often. So I just kind of shy away from them. I'll try, and I'm kind of 50-50 if I can fix them or not. But part of it is being able to mount the damn thing and put some torque to it. And that new stand you got is fantastic. Matt's got a door on it in the back right now, like a Rivian door. And I don't usually take doors off. I usually just duck walk down to the bottom and then crank my neck 90 degrees and then am sore for the next 4 days. But
That's my program also.
if I had a stand where you could take the door off and mount it to it, we all got hood stands, but they're kind of a bit cumbersome when you're trying to mount a door to a hood stand. I know there's adapters out there and
It's
things.
not made for it.
It's not, but that stand that you have out there is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One day when we're not full-time RVers, I will have one. It will be mine.
There you go.
Oh, yes.
Put it in your home
Wayne's
shop.
World.
Oh, yes.
I think it'll fit under our bed.
So we mentioned our new sponsor, Mobile Tech Expo. We also have another new sponsor, Black Plague PDR Tools. So Keith's been supporting our podcast with Claim Connection. Now he's switching over to Black Plague, which is more suitable for me. I use Black Plague stuff every day. Those are, when I'm asking y'all what y'all's favorite tabs are, I've been using his tabs since day one.
You actually asked Kayla, and those are my favorite tabs. The
Black Plague ones?
I started out with the gray ones, and they were great, and then I switched to the green ones.
Green, yep.
And every now and then, I still got a couple gray ones. I'll go back to them, but they're all fantastic.
Yeah.
That's probably my go-to.
They do pull well.
My go-to. They are my
Well.
go-to. We put them in. All the beginners, like I bought my son because he's doing hail this year. I bought my son a set of the assorted. I forget what it is, but it's just the variety pack. Sam, the guy that just moved down here to work with me. We got him set up with some new tools. He came here with 0 tools, and we had to get him everything loaded out. And so we got him those. And those are my go-to. And hold me accountable to this, because if it's not, you're going to call me out online. But if you go look at my car,
I will make a meltdown video.
if you go look at my cart right now, those are on top of my cart, because those are what I use. I have an assortment because I have a lot of tabs.
Yeah.
But my go-to are the gangrene
Yeah, I use
green
those too.
universal pack, the crease tabs.
Variety pack.
Yeah.
For Subarus, those crease tabs are
Careful with
use
those
anything.
Subaru. They're
I
money.
literally could use a
Rip a
Lego.
hole in
I'm
that
going to get that done.
Yeah.
It doesn't give me whatever tab is closest.
Sometimes she just looks at them and they pop
And
out
they
out of
pop
fear.
out.
wow.
Wow.
That's when you're on the next level. I'm not there yet.
Sometimes I don't even know how I do it so fast.
So we love the tabs. He also has some new stuff coming out. He's sending it to us. We don't have our hands on it yet, but there's these super straight tabs that he just showed me today. Look pretty cool, but we'll wait till we get our hands on them. But then he also has a set of low profile pushing tips.
Wow.
But I love the low profile tips.
Yep. And he reached out to us and said, "Hey, I kind of copied this one tip."
Oh,
Wait,
is he
didn't-
T-mooing?
But no,
He didn't copy it.
He didn't copy it.
We just both. He didn't know I had it, and so he has a similar one.
but he made a whole set of
Cool.
from super, super needle fine, low profile to more, all different kinds of stuff.
If
Really
you guys
cool.
are not on the low profile tip, not so much hail guys, but if you're a smash guy and you're not on the low pro stuff, then you're missing out, because low pro is the way to go.
There's your next slogan there.
Yeah.
low pro,
Yeah.
is the way to go.
All my tips I design are low pro, because you can always make them taller, but you can never make them shorter. You put an
Shorter's
extension
better.
on it,
It's
make
kind
it
of like a
taller.
haircut. You can always take more off, but you can't put more back on.
That's right.
So you can check those out, deadrattabs.com, or go to Mobile Tech Expo. He always has a booth. I'm sure he's going to have a booth. Go see his new stuff. And also, when he came on our podcast, he brought his Shrinky box, and I didn't have one yet, and so I bought his Shrinky box like whenever that was when he came on, and so that's what I carry that thing with me everywhere in case I need it, and it's become essential for me in case I need it, and his is cool because everything everything is in one box, everything's in there, and there's even like a QR code that you can scan, and then Gene Fetty comes on your screen
Cool.
and tells you exactly how to use it.
Wow.
So yeah, very good. Highly recommended, especially if you've never used one before. Very easy to use. So
Fantastic.
If
Yeah.
you're working on a car nowadays in 2025 or about to be 2026, you're going to come across a stretch dent. The cars now are so thin, it doesn't take a lot to stretch them. A hail dent or a shopping cart dent, they just get stretched all the time. And so you have to have a solution for fixing stretch dents. It's just my opinion. That's just years ago, we found ways around it and avoided
Yeah.
stretch dents. And then, but now it's like, if you're going to survive in 2025 or 2026, you have to have a solution for fixing stretch dents. And those are just, it's going to happen. So that box is really nice. That is my next major purchase. I don't have one of those. I have the old one that I've had since 2014, the original Power PDR box, but it is showing its inefficiencies now. So I need, and I have 2 shops, so I really need to have 2.
one cool thing about his is that there's a trigger.
Yeah.
So you can kind of drag to see where your tip is and then hit the trigger. It's not always on.
Well, and it comes with at the end of it, it has an adapter that you can put in to have the bendable wires that get around the bracing and the structures.
Wow.
Because the one I have now doesn't come with adapters, and I spend way too much time trying to make adapters. And and getting frustrated because they don't really do what they're supposed to do. And so, again, he solved that problem for you, so you don't have to solve it. Because I'm out there still trying to solve it, trying to put in adapters and smash copper wire and make things happen. When it's like, this already exists. Just buy what exists.
Yeah.
So nice.
Before we go,
Yeah.
I know y'all might not be falling asleep, but you guys sold your house and you
Yep.
live full time in
We
an
did.
RV.
In a box.
We do.
I mean, I can't let y'all get out of here without just going into how
That's
did that
a whole nother
happen
4 hours.
and what's that for somebody who's thinking about
So-
doing this.
okay, I'll give you the Reader's Digest.
Reader's
version.
Digest.
2020, we bought an RV, and then it hailed in our house, and then the COVID, and then we didn't go camping at all. So for 9 months, we're paying a payment on this thing.
Did it get hail damaged?
It did, and I made an insurance claim, and I fixed it myself. Her car, my truck, our camper.
Yeah, no, it turned out good. Yeah.
It turned out good
Every
for us,
dent
yeah.
guy's dream.
It was fantastic. So we kind of got a little gun shy. I'm like, I don't know how to tow a big fifth wheel, and like we were like, we just need to sell this thing. It was a big ordeal. I had an F-250 diesel truck. Camper guys go, you can tow anything on the lot with a diesel truck, which is a lie. I bought this camper. It was too heavy for my F-250, so I tried to wiggle out of the deal. They wouldn't let me wiggle out of it because I paid to have a washer and dryer put in, slide toppers. They're like, you're $5,000 into this already. I was like, oh, okay. So I went across the street to a Ford dealership, traded up for a 350. So it was a bigger expense than we thought. And then the shit sat parked for 9 months. And so we finished our season at home, and we were like, well, my buddy Tim Beach, shout out to Tim Beach, I know he's listening. He goes, well, before you sell it, come with me and my family camping one time. I'll help you set it up, and if you want to get rid of it, then you can get rid of it. Sounded rational. Cool. So we go down to, I think we went to Arkansas. We went to like a luxury RV resort. It was awesome. Like outdoor fireplaces, elaborate, it's right on the lake. Me and Kayla had been engaged for 2 years, and we didn't know how or to get married. Like our parents are all been divorced and stuff. So it was like, and her family's from Tennessee, mine's from St. Louis. Who do you put the burden on? Kayla never wanted like the princess wedding either. And I'm like, well, how do you get married and not invite people? So we were down on our first RV trip having lunch, and the place next door said we marry most couples. And it was one of the
Judge Roy Beans.
Judge Roy D. Beans.
It's where you take the old timey photos, and just so happened on the front door it said we marry people. So
Most people.
yeah,
most people.
So
I
you
said-
gotta
I said,
go ask.
so
yeah, they did like a vetting process.
So, like my famous, I'm dressed as your next boyfriend for Halloween. I go, I wonder
Hey.
if we're most people. And so we went over there. The lady was just like, yep. She was just like real, like nonchalant. She's like, yeah, if you want to do it, we can do it today. You got to go
Courthouse is
across the street, get your license. And she just like kind of blew us off. Didn't think we were going to go. So we're like, okay. So we went across the street to the courthouse.
Got our license.
$60 for the license. Come back. Here's our license. She goes, okay.
Couldn't wear the wedding dress because it was COVID. They couldn't clean it, so I had to wear some
Some like barmaid's outfit kind of
barmaid
deal.
outfit.
I'm dressed as a cowboy. So we take our
got some
pictures.
like $5 rings from the
Yeah.
gift shop next door, and
That's exactly how we do it. We
That's
stopped in the
how-
gift shop. We had to
that's
get some
how our-
rings. So $5 rings, boom, boom, boom. The whole wedding extravaganza with lunch included was $400. I think it was $395. And so she's from Tennessee. I'm from St. Louis. We got married in Arkansas, and then we
on a camping trip.
So I called my mom later, and I was like, "Hey, I got married," and she goes,
Two
this is
weeks
2 weeks
later.
I forgot. We were with her. I was like, "Oh, by the way, Mom, we got married." So my mom goes, you got married on the exact same day you met 9 years prior.
at that bar at that wedding
And
reception,
I go,
the
"What?"
exact day.
I go, "Huh?" She goes, "Yeah, that your wedding anniversary
What are
is
the odds?
is their wedding anniversary where you met." And I'm like, "Wow, that's really cool."
It's really cool.
So we, anyways, so we essentially spent our honeymoon. The hail season was over, so we went all down south of Florida. I think that's probably when we came through here. You were just opening your shops, and went through here, kind of tooled around. We took like a 3 or 4 month kind of RV trip all around, and then we were back at the hail season. So we've been doing that. We do our hail season, and then we go down south for the winter and wherever. we found this place called Bayfield, Wisconsin. It's a beautiful town. We were up there. We've gone up there for vacation the last couple of years, and we stayed at an Indian reservation, a place called Legendary Waters. It's right on Lake Superior. And for whatever reason, they liked us, and they go, "You guys can just stay indefinitely and for free." And so our backyard, I'll go out of our camper, and you walk 15 feet, and you're in Lake Superior, which is the cleanest body of water in the United States. And so it was fantastic. So we stayed up there.
We didn't want to go home.
We didn't want to go home. It flooded in St. Louis. Before we left on this trip, we worked in Wisconsin for that whole year. And before we went on our work trip, and then we shot up to Lake Superior for a vacation. Because there's 21 islands up there. It's called 21 Apostles. And the 12 Apostles in Australia is where I proposed to her. Mm-hmm. So we went up to see the 21 Apostles in the United States. So we moved everything in our basement, had the neighbor paint our whole house. I go, we'll move all this stuff back upstairs when we get home in the fall. Water gets in the basement, ruins
His mom calls
everything
us
we
and
own.
says, "Hey, you guys got to come home."
She goes, "Your basement smells funky." And she asked me, we had all this flood in St. Louis. She goes, "You want me to go check on your house?" I go, "Nah, it's fine. It never floods." Well, it did. We got water in the basement. It wasn't like detrimental. It was really like an inch of water. But cardboard boxes, throw rugs, family photo albums,
Everything.
mementos, high school yearbooks, everything's ruined and moldy. We found out we loved where we were staying at so much that we decided to stay there for 2 more months. And I go, we'll just deal with this when we go home. So we went home. The house.
We didn't go home. So my dad had a real bad accident. He was on a tractor. It fell on the side of a hill. So we had to go take care of my dad's farm. He's got like a 200-acre farm, 100 cattle, dogs, chickens, all kinds of stuff to take care of. So we went down there. So we didn't. The basement is moldy all this time.
Months.
If you can only imagine.
We get home, had the whole thing remediated. Funny story, I finished my own basement. I got the materials for free because from a construction site that my friends were working on. It took me 9 years to finish my own basement. It had been done for like 2 months, and then it flooded. And I was like, oh, So there was a note on the door, "How much will you sell your house for?" I go, I had another moment of clarity. I go, if we're ever going to sell our house, let's do it now. So called real estate company. I never sold my house. I bought this house when I was 23. I'm 45 now. It's the only place I ever lived at. It's been paid off for a long time. Didn't know how to sell a house. The realtor comes over and she goes, "Well, you got to fix the flooded basement first." I go, "Cool." So we had that properly remediated, got all that fixed. And I go, "Look, I don't want anybody to come through the house. I don't want to show the house. I don't want to list the house. I don't want anybody to talk me out of this." I go, "I want you to find somebody off market to buy the house." And she did it. She called me a week later. She goes, "I know a gal that wants to buy your house." So the caveat to that was the woman had to sell her house. She lived down in Tower Grove, St. Louis, which is like right outside of downtown. Not a rough part of town, but like your cars get broken into at night. It's not a really good, ideal place for a single woman to live. So she had a hard time selling her house. So we put our house on the market January 1st, or she agreed to buy it, but we didn't know when her house was going to sell. And then we didn't know what to do with the rest of our stuff. All of our stuff was ruined, but everything that was on the second floor and our furniture on the first floor that we didn't move and the stuff in the garage, I'm like, what do we do with it? So we just started selling it. So I found my next passion, selling. I freaking love to sell. I got on Facebook Marketplace. I got on eBay. I started listing my stuff. And that was my full-time job. Every day I wake up at 6 a.m., start taking pictures. Boom, boom, boom. Putting it online. Selling. The reason why you asked earlier why I don't have my last name on Facebook is because some dude tried to scam me. And he almost got me. I was like, oh, so I changed my name. That's another story. But got real good at selling. So I got up to the attics, and I found these Tupperware containers. And I go, what is in these? I've been in my attics in years. When I was like 11 or 12 years old, there was a commercial on TV. It was Church of Latter-day Saints. It said when I was a child, I thought like a child. I spoke like a child. When I became an adult, it was time to put away childish things. Light bulb. I packed all my tools up, all my Transformers, all my He-Man, all my Voltrons.
No, you didn't.
Packed them all up in boxes, gave them to my dad. I said, get rid of this. I'm no longer a child. So I'm like 11 or 12. He puts them in his attic. When I buy my house at 23, he goes, here you go, kid. Take all your stuff to your house. So I must have just looked at it 2 seconds and then put it all away. When I got to that stuff, it was like a time capsule. And I got real good at anchoring people with price because all my stuff I was selling, it was used. So what does this hammer cost new? What can I sell it used? How can I anchor the person? It costs $300 new. I'm selling it for $185, and I got real good at selling. So when I got to these Tupperware jars, like there's a full set of Star Wars toys from 1978. There's a full Voltron collection. There's a full He-Man. There's like Hulk Hogan memorabilia. There's all kinds of stuff. So I'm like, how am I going to sell this? So I got on eBay. I figured out eBay that you can take pictures of things, go to the filter, and figure out how much is this thing sold for in the last 90 days, and that's how you can determine your price. So I started selling these toys. That movie, The 40-Year-Old Virgin, remember that? Guy sells all his toys? Yeah, that was me. I wasn't a virgin. Thank God. But I had all these toys, so I started selling them, and I got really good at it because I would find dudes that were like our age that were like,
I want that Voltron set.
Oh, you want the Voltron? Well, check it out. I got this full set of Star Wars toys over here. You like Star Wars? Like, no, I'm like, I got this full set of Mad Balls. I got all 8 of them, man. I got the action figure poppers too. Like, they're $200 a piece. I got 8 of them, $1,600, and I'll sell them to you for $1,200. All right, throw them in too. So the biggest thing that I got to my Nintendo, and I listed my Nintendo one night, and a Super Nintendo is not really rare, and I had like 12 games. I put it on Facebook, put it on eBay. Woke up the next day, I got 50 messages on both platforms. And I was always a legitimate salesman. If you accepted me first, said I'm buying it, I'm not going to undercut you because Matt, if he turns it down, I'll sell it to you.
Yeah.
Dudes were just like, I'll give you $100 more. I'll give you $500 more. I'm like, if I only had one guy, I messaged him. I go, what's the deal with this? Why is everybody going crazy over this? He goes, you have a Nintendo game in there that's one of the rarest ones ever. There's like 7 or 8 games that you can't find, and they go for like about $1,200 to $1,500 a piece for a Nintendo cartridge. It was Bonk's Adventure. Bonk was made for TurboGrafx 16. Nintendo released it as a cartridge. It wasn't a popular game, so there wasn't very many made. I bought it from the grocery store rental department. I rented it, and you could buy it for like, it still had a sticker on it. I paid $6.99 for it. Dude goes, I'll give you $500 cash today. He's like, it's worth about $1,000. He goes, but if you put it on eBay, you got to, they take a cut, and you got to fulfill the seller. I go, all right. So I sold it to him for $600, I think is what I sold it to him for. He came back later and bought the rest of the cartridges in the game for like another $400 because I had some other kind of rare stuff in there. So I got $1,000 for my old Nintendo and some games that I was never ever going to play.
Wow.
And I learned a lot about selling this stuff that was really rare. Like the dude came with a little screwdriver, he undid the cartridge, picked it up. He's inspecting the circuit board to make sure it's a legit circuit board. And like, so by selling all these things, it really like, I fell in love with selling. I'm like, man, but now I've run out of things to sell. I've run out of all of my own stuff. And about the time we ran out, lady calls, realtor, goes, your house is sold. The gal wants to move in this week. The body shop we were working at, I went and landed a deal in Hannibal, Missouri at a body shop, and the secretary wound up buying our house, buying our sectional, our TV. I found some people to buy our mountain bikes. I had an 84 Monte Carlo I bought when I was 15 years old, went to Nashville Auto Diesel College. The one car I painted that did a great job. I've had it. I'm 45 now, so 30 years. I sold it the very last day before we sold our house because I wanted to just start fresh. I'm like, I'm selling everything I own. Some guys, when they go through like a midlife crisis, they go buy like a red Corvette. Well, I'm like, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to sell everything I own, my house, my cars, everything. If I don't use it on a daily basis, it's out the door. And Kayla got rid of her stuff pretty easy. Mine, I had some emotional attachments, but once I started selling things, it became a game, and like people were getting good deals. People were buying hard to find items.
Dave was literally shoving free stuff into people's cars when they would come by, when they weren't looking, just to get rid of stuff.
We had a garage sale. They were having garage sales, and I put on mine. I kind of T-mooed everybody. I go, hey, my garage sale's free. Anything you want, come by and take it. And so some lady, people were like, when you offer free stuff, they're like, what's the catch? I was like, there's no catch. What do you need? She's like, well, my son needs a table. He's working from home. I got a glass desk. You want it? She goes, yeah. I go, I got a really nice desk chair. You want that too? Yeah. So these gals started taking my stuff, and I was like, hey, do you want these pots and pans? They're like, no. So the gal had her hatch open, and when she turned away, I put the pots and pans in her truck, and her daughter was sitting in the passenger seat, and she turned around, she goes, hey, get that out of here. So like I was reverse stealing. I wasn't taking, I was giving unannounced.
You were dumping.
Yeah,
Not dumping,
that's
because
dumping.
at first I
It's
tried.
illegal
No,
dumping.
it was dumping. She didn't want it.
At first, I tried to give all my stuff away, and then like my brother goes, "Hey, Dave, I appreciate you giving me the stuff, but I got my own crap. You know, like I don't need extra stuff." And then I had this fear in my mind. I go, "Well, who's going to buy this stuff? Nobody wants my stuff." And that little voice kicked in and goes, "Well, you bought it, didn't you?" I'm like, "You're right. So maybe somebody will buy it." So I got on a sales pitch, and then our house sold, and then boom, we took off in the RV. Ironically, it's hailed 3 years in a row in St. Louis, so we keep coming back to St. Louis
Can't get away.
to do hail, but it's a blessing. So we finished up our season. Now we're here on the podcast, and we're gonna take it from there.
Wow.
Do you think you'll keep living in the RV? Do you
So
like that?
Kayla wants a house. We got 2 miniature Australian Shepherds, Ace and Arrow. They need a backyard. They're great in the camper, but when
It's not the life for 2 herding dogs, really.
no, and
Or me, for that matter. I grew up on a farm away from everyone. I don't like going outside and can't chill in my backyard without the neighbor literally just looking at me through their kitchen window.
I could live
It's
in
not
this
my thing.
room and make it work and be like, "Oh, this ain't so bad." Kind of like the corporate mentality. Like,
Yeah.
this ain't so bad. But obviously, the next step is to put down some roots somewhere and go back and buy a house.
And start buying a bunch of stuff.
Gosh,
Well-
that's the part you don't want to do. It kind of scares me knowing, even just walking into family members' houses and you see all of their stuff, and it's like, God, that stresses me out.
Ideally, we'd like to find a fully furnished home and just buy it.
Semi-furnished.
And we met a couple.
find those.
We met a couple that was full-time RVers for 8 years. They did mission work in Peru for 8 years prior to that. And then when they bought some property and they were going to build a house, and they're like, "We don't have anything." And they found a woman that was deceased. Her sister kept coming by and cleaning the house. It was empty for 4 years, right on a golf course. And they bought it at a good price. It was clean. It was well maintained. And it was fully furnished. They invited us over to dinner a few nights back. And I was like, we should just do that. Let's just find somebody who...
But the caveat to all of that is we still have to travel for work.
Yeah.
So I don't want a house that I still have to leave for 6 months. And every time I come home, it feels less like a home, you know? So we are in that part of our lives, the phase where, okay, maybe this traveling dent game is not what we're going to do in the next 5 years.
We're also working our way through the quadrants. I've been an investor for a long time, but we're making that more of a reality and going to...
And our bodies are hurting.
lean
really
on that
bad.
more in the future. So that's a whole nother story, and I don't want to jinx it. So we'll save that for the next podcast.
All right.
When I'm
Maybe
signing,
we'll have a house
when I'm
next time.
signing
you see
people up.
us.
Well,
Yeah, super pumped that it worked out.
fantastic.
That you guys were
Yeah.
in town. Like that was amazing. So and then once we heard that you were an option too, it was like, of course. So we were super thrilled to have. Again, I've said this. I think 4 people makes the podcast a little bit more lively. It brings a different energy. So we were super excited about the 4th person, and then we were super excited to have our first female, who's also a dent pusher technician on. So super excited for that. So thank
That
you
is
for
cool.
coming.
Maybe there's some other women out there that heard this or will hear this, and
There are, and I think there's a need or a voice that you could be for them to hear about successes. How it is for you being in this male dominant. Going to Australia, working. I mean, that's already. It's so interesting because this is it takes such a unique personality to become a dent guy, and I think it takes even more unique personality to become a great dent guy. And then when you just have great dent guys around other great dent guys, like you've really just thinned down the type of person who's going to be there. There's a very specific type of person, and then you throw a female in there, and it's like, so I applaud you for, not, I won't say surviving, but thriving in a male type
I appreciate that.
environment where, I mean, there's just a bunch of alpha males. So it's great. So appreciate you guys coming down here. Appreciate you guys coming on. If someone like, what do you hope? Do you hope someone is a body shop owner who's listening to this that maybe could put you on a gig, or what is your desire?
So I'll answer that. And
yeah,
I'm pretty good at finding work, and serendipitously things happen. So I guess if I had to have a something that I hope to get out of this podcast or give people is that, the way we think creates our reality, and it's okay to think differently. It's okay to drop out of school and become an entrepreneur and a tool maker. Like, that doesn't take anything away from you, Yeah. And it's all right to go to college and become a doctor and park wherever the hell you want to park. That's not really cool, but you can.
It's okay. They're a doctor.
Everybody has different paths, and we're always confused on like, well, where do I fit in this world? And I think everybody should explore entrepreneurism, and maybe not say quit their job and go right into self-employment, but at least get in rooms where there's other people who are entrepreneurs, maybe mentors. Last story, when I see people, I got a buddy, his name's Mike Spence. Shout out to Mike. Mike was doing powder coating in his garage, and I go, you should turn this into a business. And he's like, I can't do that. I said, sure you can, Mike. So I prodded and poked him for a little while, and he created a company. It's called Premium Powder Coating. And so Bar Rescue, I don't drink. I did 75 hard 4 years ago, and I haven't drank since. So, but there's a show, Bar Rescue, where people review bars. So somebody got a hold of Mike, and they actually send him bar parts to, like, if you wanted some powder coated to match your Dent Slayer logos, he does all that. And he's getting really, really good at it. And he didn't have the confidence in himself to do it because he told me one time, he goes, nobody ever taught us any of this stuff. They just taught us to go get a job, That's just what you did. And so I kind of I don't want to say mentored him, but I kind of pushed him and encouraged him. And I go, Mike, go to the website, your state website, start an LLC, then go to the IRS, register to pay taxes. Now you can start operating like a business. Now your powder coating and your tools, instead of buying them with your company, your paycheck after Human Resources strips you your taxes, you can use your powder coating money to buy these tools, and you can create tax deductions. You can create collaborations with people. So Mike does a lot of motorcycles. He started out doing wheels. He does the bar things, bar rescues, and he's just gotten really, really good at it. And I told him, I go, one day you're going to have to quit your job and go full time with this because you're that good. And he was like deer in the headlights. Well, quit my job. I'm like, don't get ahead of yourself, Mike. I'm not trying to scare you, but one day when you go into this entrepreneurship, you come into this crossroads where you go, I'm more satisfied with working for myself and with other people than being an employee and working for somebody. And once you start to get in that gray area of, well, can I do this? I don't know. That fear and doubt creeps in, and you need somebody to encourage you to go, you can do this. I did this. You can do this. I'll help you. So if there's anybody out there that wants to talk about starting their own business, talk about entrepreneurism, feel free to get a hold of me. I'm not going to share my number on here, but if you want to get a hold of me, you'll know how to get a hold of me.
So how will someone get a hold of you?
So
do you have a Facebook page?
Thomas.
Do you have a Instagram?
So
do you have a website?
I never ever check Instagram. My website is indigohailrepair.com, but it goes to a phone number that's essentially just a spam number. If you want to see me and connect with me, you can go on YouTube, Dave's Garage 365. You can always find me on Dave's Garage 365 on YouTube. You can message me there. This episode, with your permission, I'll probably post on my YouTube channel at some point. So Dave's Garage 365, you can do that. I'll give you an email address, indigo.industries@outlook.com. Feel free to email me. Not going to give out my cell phone number online or anything like that, but message me on YouTube, shoot me an email, and make sure you tell me who you are and why you're calling, because I'm going to vet you like I did with
Danny Hacker.
With Danny Hacker here. So I don't want any more Facebook mishaps.
Yeah.
But anyways, Matt and James, I'm so humble and grateful that you had us on, tell our stories. Hopefully it encourages somebody to start their own journey in entrepreneurism. And thank you guys very much.
Yeah. Thank you tremendously for coming. I truly appreciate you guys. So.
Yeah. Thank y'all. Great
Thank
to meet
you.
y'all.
You as well.
It's been
great.
Likewise.
All right.